Warning: Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Can you see by the blood in the streets that this place doesn't smile on you, colored child, whose blood built this land with sweat and their hands. But you'll die in this place, and your memory erased. Oh, say, does this truth hold any weight? This is not the land of the free, but the home of the slave.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to another Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as hitting the link in the description, joining the Telegram group in order to help circumvent the shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing with the new black media. With that being said, family, there's a lot of conversations being had at this point in time. There's a lot of conversations being had. And the fact of the matter is this: it's all being had because of us. From the 14th Amendment conversation to the conversation that Ramen Noodle just basically came up at their little TP Toilet Paper USA event and basically said, no one can be less American than another American. And today we're going to talk about that because I find that to be grossly an incorrect statement. Not only do I find that to be grossly an incorrect statement, I find it to be a blatant lie. So we're going to go over it. And we're going to go over a few more things here today. First and foremost, I want to really get into the conversation that's being had around birthright citizenship in Congress. So we're going to go over this hearing. This is the 14th Amendment birthright hearing that we're going to go over that the House had in earlier March of this year. And then we're going to get into the Toilet Paper USA event. And then we're going to talk about some of the other things that are happening outside of the people who the 14th Amendment was crafted for, outside of the people who are more American than anybody who's on this American soil. The people who fought in every war. The people who built America from the ground up. It's kind of stupid for someone to say that no one could be less American than someone else when the other folks that you're speaking about, for the most part, because he was actually speaking about the Nabiscos, but by saying that, he also tossed our hat into the tossed our name into the hat as well. There is nobody more American than the people who built America. In that whole sense, you can sit there and chop it down, break it down in any scenario you want, and it will not matter. There is nobody more American than the people who built America. The folks who come to America in order to participate in their goodies, giveaways, and anti-Black racism, that's not American. You came here because of what we built, not to build something here. So we're going to get into this conversation because it needs to be had, and I want to slap a lot of folks on top of their foreheads for the nonsense that they've been saying as of lately, but let's take everything in its proper time. Before we get into it, let me go ahead and give the B1 salute, shalom, and shout out to our sister Aquarius Minded in the building. Thank you for being here, my good sister. Our good brother, the big black God is in the building. Thank you for being here, brother. Much love to you, and thank you for participating. I see that you are on the road. Okay. Shout out to our brother Don P in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Our good sister Hurricane Nisi is in the building. Thank you, my sister Queen, for being here. Our brother Tay the Man is in the building. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Willie McKinley's in the building. Much love to you. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Our brother Legit Hustle is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. JJ is in the building. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Much love to you. Much love to you. Our sister C. Terry is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Our sister Sybil is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. And for everybody who's not in the chat, much love to you. Thank you for being here. And everybody who's going to catch this on the replay, gang, much love to you. And thank you for being here. And shout out to our family. Hello in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here. Good evening to you. Let's get into it, family. Let's go over here to the hearing first, because I want you to really get some of the language that they're using over here at this hearing here. Let's go.
Subcommittee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on birthright citizenship. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. As Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis once wrote, the most important office, and the one which all of us can and should fill, is that of private citizen. This hearing is on the issue foundational to our republic. Who is an American citizen by birthright? Section 1 of the 14th Amendment grants citizenship to all persons who are, quote, born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, end quote. It is the latter clause, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, that we will examine today in significant part. Our inquiry is simple. What was the original public meaning of the jurisdiction clause? The 14th Amendment was drafted to rectify the terrible decision in the 1857 Dred Scott v. Sanford case by recognizing former slaves as rightful Americans. As we'll learn from our witness today, the answer is clear. The jurisdiction clause, as originally understood, grants birthright citizenship only to children whose parents have full exclusive allegiance to the United States. The constitutional text and history shows that children of legal aliens and legal aliens who are in the United States temporarily are not citizens by birthright under the 14th Amendment. For decades, proponents of automatic birthright citizenship have claimed the 14th Amendment and the Wong Kim Ark case bestows automatic citizenship to all children born to foreign nationals, including illegal aliens. This is a blatant misunderstanding of both items, resulting in birthright citizenship serving as a driving force of illegal immigration to the United States, as many illegal aliens and temporary visa holders know they can reap the benefits of their child's citizenship. President Trump's first-day executive order on birthright citizenship restored the 14th Amendment to this original meaning. Despite what you may hear on the news, some of the most respected legal scholars agree with the constitutional interpretation outlined in President Trump's executive order. Some of these legal scholars include those here on this panel today. Our witnesses will dive into the history of the 14th Amendment and citizenship to all children.
I'm going to run this back just a little bit. Shout out and B1 to our brother Rashad Wallace in the building. Much love to you. I'm going to run it back just a little bit because I believe the speed was a little bit too quick, and there's something I wanted to touch on that he has to say. Shout out to you, Gul, as well in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family.
Citizenship to all children born to foreign nationals, including illegal aliens. This is a blatant misunderstanding of both items, resulting in birthright citizenship for foreign nationals, and claim the 14th Amendment in the Wong Kim Ark case bestows automatic citizenship to all children born to foreign nationals, including illegal aliens.
Now, that case that he's speaking about, the Wong Kim case, whatever, that case right there, it specifically is asking the question of whether someone who has a child here is a citizen. But the difference is that case speaks about one being a citizen. The person was already a citizen when they had their child. So that case is speaking specifically already to someone who already had citizenship here. Just want to make sure that that's clear and understood. Shout out to our brother William Aaron in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here. Let's continue. Let me give a B1 salute and a shout out to our good brother, Black Truth United. Thank you for being here, my good brother, and thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Let's continue.
This is a blatant misunderstanding of both items, resulting in birthright citizenship serving as a driving force of illegal immigration to the United States, as many illegal aliens and temporary visa holders know they can reap the benefits of their child's citizenship. President Trump's first-day executive order on birthright citizenship restored the 14th Amendment to this original meaning. Despite what you may hear on the news, some of the most respected legal scholars agree with the constitutional interpretation outlined in President Trump's executive order. Some of these legal scholars include those here on this panel today. Our witnesses will dive into the history of the 14th Amendment in Congress and the Supreme Court. But I'll give you a brief version. The drafters of the 14th Amendment understood it not to grant citizenship to persons, quote, owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty, end quote. And in the first cases decided after ratification, the Supreme Court held that jurisdiction in the 14th Amendment means not merely subject in some respect or degree to the jurisdiction of the United States, but completely subject to their political jurisdiction and owing them direct and immediate allegiance. Of course, illegal aliens and legal temporary United States residents do not owe complete, direct, and immediate allegiance to the United States, and therefore their children are not citizens by birthright under the 14th Amendment. Now, I'm sure we'll hear a lot from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle about Supreme Court precedent as well. So let us make one thing clear at the outset. The Supreme Court has never held that children of illegal aliens or aliens who are in the United States temporarily are entitled to birthright citizenship. President Trump's executive order is consistent with Supreme Court precedent. Now,
I just want to show this real quick, family. This is the case in which I'm speaking of, the United States versus Wong Kim Ark. And this specific court case was answering a question of whether or not Wong Kim, who was already a citizen once he had children here in the country, was the children also considered citizens. It had nothing to do with anybody just walking over here, being from some other country, dropping off a baby and automatically becoming a birthright citizen. Wong Kim Ark, he was from China, but he was already a U.S. citizen. I want to make sure that this is known, and that's why I pulled this up, so that you guys can pull it up and read it whenever you have the chance to do so. Never did this case grant blanket birthright citizenship to any Juan, Dick, and Pedro that stepped foot on this land. It had nothing to do with that. And that's why he said it's a gross mischaracterization of what was actually being argued during this case. Shout out to Aquarius Minor. She says, right, anchor babies shouldn't be able to obtain citizenship. Oh, and family, trust me when I say they're going to actually use our term, anchor baby. That's how you know that they are listening to us. They are paying attention to what we're saying because they're even using our wordage. But yeah, I absolutely agree. Anchor babies should never have gotten the right for citizenship, because that's not what the 14th Amendment was made for. If white women couldn't get their voters' rights using the 14th Amendment, if they couldn't get their rights using the 14th Amendment, and they went to court several times over and was denied over and over again, because that's not what the 14th Amendment was made for, then there shouldn't be any type of anchoring any children here using the 14th Amendment either. And this is how we've gotten to the point where people are practicing birth tourism. But let's get back into it. Like I said, I just like to show and prove. Let's get back over here.
So I'd like to emphasize the purpose of today's hearing. We're here to discuss an important constitutional question. This is, after all, the Constitution Subcommittee. And I hope that we can keep our focus on the text and history of the 14th Amendment. But no doubt some of the policy implications will come up. And it would be a disservice not to at least mention those important issues implicated by the constitutional question. In addition to twisting the Constitution and court precedent, conferring automatic citizenship is a bad policy. It devalues the meaning of American citizenship by bestowing it to the children of lawbreakers who entered the United States without the consent of its people, almost rewarding them for trespassing into our country's soil. To add context, an estimated 124,000 to 300,000 so-called anchor babies, which are children born to illegal aliens, are born each year according to the Center.
Notice what he just did, family. Notice what he did. Like I said, he's using our words, but he put so-called in front of it. Let's go back.
For trespassing into our country's soil. To add context, an estimated 124,000 to 300,000 so-called anchor babies, which are children born to illegal aliens, are born each year according to the Center for Immigration Studies.
When have you ever heard these folks use that term, anchor baby? That is something that came directly out of the Black grassroots. Something that came directly out of the Black grassroots. I just want to make sure that that's known, because a lot of these folks, a lot of these people who are anchor babies, a lot of these folks who are fresh citizens, they believe that America don't listen to Black folk. They believe that we have no power. But here these folks are, once again, showing that we are the culture of America by taking, once again, something that we say in the Black grassroots and then using it for their own purposes. So for all of you tethers in the back of the classroom, I hope you're taking notes. A B1 salute to our sister Brenda Thomas in the house. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. As well as our good brother Hebrew native in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. They're not American citizens, period. If you are not Black, American, or Native Negro, and to some extreme so-called Native American, red/yellow Siberian, and Anglo-Saxon white, bye. All right. And I would say to the most extent, really, none of those others need apply either. If you're not Black American, you're not really American in my eyes. I'm just going to keep it 100. But I digress. Shout out to Janetta. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Cooking with Miss D in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Antithesis in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Shout out to our sister Hurricane Nisi. Oh, yeah, they're listening, church. Absolutely. They're absolutely listening. They've taken too many things out of the past, just within the past few years. We ain't even got to just say from the history of the country. Just in the past few years, we've been hearing how much they've been taking what we've been saying and utilizing it for their own benefits. From the whole anchor baby situation to the whole situation of go home and fix your countries. All of these situations they're listening to, they end up taking and using at some point in time, all the way back to when Trump said Kamala Harris ain't Black, and Black people don't think she's Black, and I don't think she's Black. Shout out to them folks out there who think that we're just nobodies. People know, but we have no power, because every chance the Nabisco get, he's kind of showing these folks, hey, yeah, they kind of do. They have the number one power at this point in time, and that's influence. Shout out to our sister, Miss Nisi. Also, shout out to Jazz in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for your contribution, your Cash App contribution. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. All right, wanted to make sure I got everybody there. All right, let's continue.
In 2023, up to 250,000 children were born to illegal aliens in 2023, which accounted for 7% of total births in the nation that year. Moreover, it further strains government programs that are already strained. For example, in terms of supplemental nutrition assistance, SNAP, which provides school meals, Americans shell out $5 billion each year in SNAP and food stamps for the U.S.-born children of illegal aliens, according to a 2023 report by the Federation for American Immigration Reform. If one looks at the amount illegal aliens and their U.S.-born children are projected to consume in federal welfare program benefits, the American taxpayer foots an even larger bill. Take, for example, in the July 2024 report, the Congressional Budget Office that answers to us concluded that the federal government is projected to spend $177 billion in welfare benefits to illegal aliens and their U.S.-born children over the next 10 years.
Now, family, also remember how these statistics usually work, especially when it comes down to the any immigrant, right? You look at the immigrant class when they get over here, and you look at how many is actually working versus how many is actually on the county that is pulling from some sort of federal aid or state aid or anything like that. And when you look at the numbers, you're seeing that there's larger amounts of these immigrants that are actually participating within federal aid than it is people who are actually just here working on the H-1B1 or whatever the situation may be. This is what we're talking about. All these folks who are rushing their way on over here because they know there's a benefit. You can't call them as American as the people who made it possible for anybody to actually participate in getting those benefits. You can't call them more American for leaving their country of origin to come over here to participate in the anti-black system of white supremacy. You can't do that. And you can't call people who participate in that anti-black system of white supremacy as American, as the black Americans who built this goddamn country. It makes absolutely no sense. Let's be very clear about that. Let me give a B1 salute to our sister Black Spider in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here, as well as Rael in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Let's continue.
Mindful that is a larger population, but it is clear that the birthright citizenship issue implicates those issues. This $177 billion includes Medicaid, SSI, Obamacare premium tax credits, food stamps, and more. Ending universal birthright citizenship and thereby ending birth tourism, a practice in which pregnant women travel to the United States to give birth and secure citizenship for their children, is good policy. Birth tourism diverts U.S. medical resources away from our own mothers and babies and allows shady and unscrupulous birth tourism agencies, quote unquote, to prey on expectant mothers. According to a 2020 study, there are between 20,000 and 26,000 foreign tourists in the U.S. giving birth on our soil annually. As far back as 2008, the CEO of the McAllen, Texas Medical Center, where about 40% of births were to illegal alien mothers, stated that, quote, mothers about to give birth walk up to the hospital, clearly having just swum across the river in actual labor. Just as concerningly, adversaries like China are abusing universal birthright citizenship and practicing birth tourism to nestle deeper into U.S. society, which carries security concerns. In 2018, Georgetown Law's O'Neill Institute wrote the following, quote, women from foreign countries, mainly China and Russia, are paying tens of thousands of dollars to temporarily relocate to the United States during their pregnancy in order to give birth in the United States and thereby guarantee U.S. citizenship for their child.
Shout out to our good sister Baz72 in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. And also thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. Family, what he's describing is exactly, I don't know if you all saw that video of the pregnant Nigerian lady who was trying to leave from the UK to come over here to America. And this is like at the end, towards the end of 2024, something like that. And she was quite literally about to go into labor. And they kept asking her, well, how long are you going to stay? This, that, and the third. And she was basically making it very known that, oh, well, I'm going to be coming back within a week or 2 weeks or so, things like that. And she was allowed to get over here. She was allowed to come over here. Now, do you think somebody who was on literally, quite literally about to drop a baby in the damn airport, do you think that she came back in those 2 weeks? No, she did not. And that woman's child was given citizenship under Joe Biden. Let me be very clear about that. With this birth tourism crap. So let's be very clear when we say that this is a huge issue. It's a huge issue, especially for people who look like us, who then come over here with anti-Black vitriol. But let's continue.
To shed light on the magnitude of this abuse, China hosts over 500 companies offering birth tourism services, resulting in more than 50,000 Chinese nationals delivering babies in the United States every year, according to a 2019 estimate. The Constitution does not require us to allow this practice, and we should not. Even late Senate Democrat Majority Leader Harry Reid recognized the disastrous policy implications of birthright citizenship as he opposed automatic citizenship for children born foreigners. He said the following in a 1993 speech on the Senate floor, quote, "If making it easy to be an illegal alien isn't enough, how about offering a reward for being an illegal immigrant? No sane country would do that, right?" End quote. He continued, guess again, if you break our laws by entering this country without permission and give birth to a child, we reward that child with U.S. citizenship and guarantee a full access to all public and social services this society provides. And that's a lot of services. That is Harry Reid, the former Democrat leader in the United States Senate. Senator Reid was right in his observation. No sane country would enable a foolish policy like automatic citizenship to children born to foreigners, especially illegal aliens. Congress should heed his warning. Put simply, the framers of the 14th Amendment did not intend for universal citizenship to children born to all classes of foreigners. Nor did the judges in Wong Kim Ark case rule on the question of citizenship beyond the children of lawful permanent residents, including those born to illegal aliens and temporary visitors. And there's one more point I'd like to make in closing. Congress is where the debate over birthright citizenship should be happening. In fact, my friend from Texas, Representative Brian Babin, has legislation, the Birthright Citizenship Act, that would fix this policy gap and restore the practice of granting U.S. citizenship as intended in the 14th Amendment. Section 8 of Article 1 and Section 5 of the 14th Amendment grant us power over questions of citizenship. President Trump's executive order rightly returns that power to us. And in doing so, it returns us to the reasonable common sense interpretation of the 14th Amendment when it was ratified in 1868. I now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Scanlon, for her opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, since this is our first hearing of the new Congress, I'd like to say that I am anticipating we will continue to have a vigorous exchange of ideas in this committee room, and I imagine we'll tackle some interesting and thorny legal disputes throughout this term. However, I have to admit that today's topic probably won't meet that expectation, because for more than a century, there have been few legal questions as open and shut as whether being born in the United States makes someone a United States citizen.
Blatant lie. Blatant lies, because there are so many court cases. Just look up how many court cases have to do with the 14th Amendment. Just look it up. Now, you can argue that once you started using it once you improperly started using the 14th Amendment and giving just flat out birthright citizenship to people for a century or so, one can argue that all you did was perpetuate a misconception about a court case. It doesn't change or nullify what the case actually brought forth. Nor does a misinterpretation of that just eliminate what the original standing for the 14th Amendment actually was and is. But you can tell first god dang Nabisco woman they put up there, and the first thing she has to say is that, oh yeah, we've had a century of president. Let's let it continue.
And this is a little bit of a spoiler alert here. I'll skip ahead and tell you right now, it does. Frankly, to suggest otherwise is nothing but a blatant and disingenuous attempt to rewrite our nation's history and the very words of the Constitution. Contrary to the chair's assertions, the history of the amendment does not support the interpretation that he and his colleagues are pressing. And I beg to differ with his assertion that it's only been a few decades of people making the interpretation, which has been in effect for over a century. Now, rewriting history and ignoring the rule of law has become a feature, not a bug, under the Trump administration, but it's one that Congress has a constitutional obligation to prevent rather than enable. So,
all right, let me ask this question. And shout out to our good brother Antithesis. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Let me ask this question. If the 14th Amendment did not qualify red Native Americans for citizenship, then how would it qualify any old person who came on this soil, pause, and dropped off a baby? If the red Native Americans was not considered children of the 14th Amendment, nor were they able to use the 14th Amendment to gain citizenship, they need to have their own amendment passed. Not even amendment, excuse me. They had their own bill passed in order to qualify them, in order to be able to vote in elections and things like that. Then how does it open the door for anybody else outside of them? If y'all claim that the Native Americans were the first people, and the 14th Amendment excludes the Native American that you guys claimed, I'm going to say the so-called Native American, then how in the world does it include everyone else? Make it make sense. Like I said, I'm just asking for a friend. I got to ask logical questions. Because people are bringing in fallacies, they're bringing nonsensical rhetoric to a question that is simple and plain. If Native Americans didn't qualify for the 14th Amendment benefits, if white women didn't qualify for 14th Amendment benefits, then how in the world does everyone else outside of America qualify for those benefits? I'll leave that there because, like I said, that question can't be answered because there is no answer for that question. Shout out to Golden Brown in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, family. Oh, wait. But hold on, Golden Brown. This is a good, nice little pushback. I like the little pushback. Let me go ahead and let me say that. I like that. I like a little devil's advocate from time to time. Well, they were considered independent people of North America, but so were we. When Field Order 15 was signed for the American freedmen, we were supposed to have the exact same thing that the quote unquote Native Americans had. We were supposed to be given land. We were supposed to be given our mule, or at the time, a way to work the land. And we were supposed to be known as sovereign until a time. Well, excuse me, we were supposed to be known as sovereign. And so the government was supposed to protect us until the time that we could protect ourselves. All you have to do is go and read those of the Field Order 15, and you will be able to catch that on. Or you can read some of Dr. Claude Anderson's books, especially Powernomics. It speaks about this. We were supposed to have the same type of status. So when you say they're considered independent people of North America, I can then say Field Order 15 So are we. But here's the difference. The so-called Native American was made a ward of the state, where they receive funding and policy consistently on an ongoing basis. On an ongoing basis, that makes them a ward of the state. We were never made whole to see anything that the ward, quote unquote, the so-called Native American has seen. But that's a great pushback. Like I said, family, I appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. The American government superimposed itself on us to keep us under their control. Yeah, I agree with you 100% fold. There is no disagreement with you there. Shout out to Snatch Adams in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. And shout out to our brother William Aaron as well for this comment. Politicians who support illegal immigration should be checked to see who pays them. Then we know who they really speak for. And I agree with you 100-fold. You follow the money. You follow the money. Let's continue.
Why are our Republican colleagues questioning the plain and long settled meaning of the Birthright Citizenship Clause? Simply put, it's because President Trump and his allies in Congress think there's something to gain politically by stripping an entire group of American citizens of their rights, their votes, their very identities, and turning them and their descendants into a permanent underclass. They want to decide who they deem worthy of being a citizen of our country and who isn't based on who their parents are and where their parents are from.
Yes, absolutely. Just like the majority of the world decide who's going to be a citizen off of who's your parents and where they're from. Many countries, even if you're born to two parents that's from the country, you gain citizenship through the father, or you gain citizenship through the mother. However, many different countries have different birthright access. And in some countries, if your mother isn't a citizen, you can't gain citizenship. In other countries, if your father isn't a citizen, you can't gain citizenship. I don't know why these people act as if this is a new concept when it really is not. A B1 salute to our sister Anita Hellrail in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Wild Williams in the building. Thank you for being here, as well as our brother Anthony Ruger Phillips in the building. Much love to all of you. Shalom to all of you, and thank you all for being here. Let's let her continue.
And in an act of really cynical irony, they want to, in essence, resurrect the rationale behind the Dred Scott decision that the 14th Amendment was written to reject once and for all. Our history.
Okay, so you just admitted the 14th Amendment was made for a specific purpose, which is to counteract the Dred Scott decision that said that a black man has no rights that a white man is bound to respect. So, if you just admitted that the 14th Amendment was quite literally put into or implemented in order to counteract the Dred Scott decision, then you must deduce from that situation that it was all about the descendants of freedmen. All about the descendants of foundational Black Americans. That simple, that plain. At no given time in the history of the Supreme Courts, was anything extended from the 14th Amendment to non-citizens outside of due process. Due process was the only thing that was extended to non-citizens. However, the whole of the 14th Amendment was written, fought for, and established by foundational Black American freedmen. The 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments are all ours. Let's continue.
Our quest for a more perfect union has always been about expanding opportunity and civic participation, not ripping it away. Broadening our electorate has been an important part of that progress, including through constitutional amendments that guarantee citizenship, enfranchisement regardless of race, women's suffrage, and more. And in doing so, we've sought to make our country and its government more representative, more fair, and
notice how she tried to toss women's suffrage in there? But yet every case that these women from the women's suffrage movement tried to bring and use the 14th Amendment, they were denied. The cases were tossed out for the one reason and one reason only, and they said very verbatim that this amendment was made for the descendants of those who were enslaved. So white women need not apply. So the fact that she tried to just toss up women's suffrage into the 14th Amendment when there are several cases that says no, spank their hands and say, you better get your hand out the cookie jar because those cookies aren't for you. You can see clear as day what the agenda is. Like our sister Bad said, just leeches. That's all this is. A bunch of people who are trying to find ways to leech onto something that has nothing to do with them. A B1 salute and shalom to our sister Astarte Jones in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Let's continue.
more perfect. That's a goal, a vision that all patriotic Americans should share. Any attempt to radically reinterpret the Citizenship Clause serves only to further the goal of right-wing extremists to unconstitutionally limit who can have a political voice in this country. Donald Trump's unconstitutional executive order to end birthright citizenship, along with legislative efforts by Republicans in Congress to do the same, would drag us backwards.
And notice what she's doing. She's not using the proper language because she's trying to fearmonger and try to make it seem like what Donald Trump is doing is illegal. Here's the thing. Donald Trump can't remove the 14th Amendment because it's stone ironclad in the Constitution. It is ingrained in the Constitution. What Donald Trump is doing is reclassifying or sending it back to this its original classification and its original purpose. But she's trying to make it seem like, oh, he's just trying to remove it altogether, which would be illegal. So she's playing with the words. This is just word salad. Shout out to Snatch Adams in the building. Thank you for this comment, family. Much love to you. This is why white women are so pro-immigrant. Excuse me. This is why white women are so pro-immigrant. It allows them to backdoor their own policies. Exactly. Exactly. Great contribution, family. Thank you for that. You're absolutely correct. Becky Babble. I love that. Becky Babble. Deception. Exactly. This is exactly what we're seeing here. Clear-cut deception. But let's continue.
A government that's not for the people, but for some people. It's the absolute antithesis of the promise of America. It's been 150 years since the 14th Amendment enshrined birthright citizenship into the Constitution. In that time, the U.S. has been made better by the contributions of Americans born here to immigrant parents, regardless of where their parents came from or their parents' citizenship status. Overturning birthright citizenship would hurt our nation and deeply imperil our ability to continue striving for a better future.
So why did they include that very pesky phrase, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof? If it's regardless of where they come from, if it's regardless of where their origins is, then why did they make sure to include that pesky phrase, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof? Like I said, these people want to tell you that the sky is falling. They want to tell you that it's raining when someone is pissing on you. Shout out to Cold Coffee TV in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Liberals and conservatives white beefing over the need of immigrant tokens. They don't care about these people one way or the other. And I agree with you 100%. Fold family. That is 100% correct. They're just tools. Shout out to Rael. Game over. Word tricks over. Exactly. See, when you see the game that these folks are playing is just the same game they've been playing for decades upon centuries, the word games, the word salads don't work anymore. They're messing with the wrong generation. At the same time, they're messing with the right generation too. You know what we say, you got the right one today. Let's continue.
It would impact all Americans by creating a logistical nightmare. Bureaucracy would invade our maternity wards, with states and hospitals being forced to investigate which babies do or don't qualify for citizenship.
I don't know why, when you guys already have these goddamn programs to where illegals can go to the hospital and get treatments for free and not worry about anything, while citizens, you can't do that, and you get a bill that says $80,000 for a minor procedure. So why would the hospital then have to turn around and say, try to just figure out, decipher who's a citizen and who isn't, when they're getting paid by you guys to not worry about that? To have programs specifically for undocumented, as you call them, undocumented people, when the fact of the matter is, all you doing is paying for illegal aliens. To have programs that citizens aren't able to participate, not just don't participate in, but aren't able to participate in. So you're just going to tell a blatant lie.
More troublingly, though, ending birthright citizenship would create a legal caste system based on the status of one's parents. Instead of citizens, the U.S. would develop a permanent underclass of stateless, not legally recognized subjects who could be exploited or
They're not stateless, ma'am. They come from a different country. They have a home. They have a state. You see, you guys try to make foundational Black Americans stateless by promoting people who try to claim we don't have a home here, who promote people by promoting people who try to claim that we don't know our history, we don't know where we come from, that we don't know who the hell we are. But you want to then turn around and tell people, or try to make people who actually have a country of their own, another country. I don't want to say actually have, because we actually have a home of country our own, but they have a country of their own. They have a state that they're tied to. You're trying to make them stateless, or claim that it would make them stateless. No, it wouldn't make them stateless, because they're still citizens of their homelands. And this is why we need more FBA representation within the halls of Congress. This is why we need brothers like Marcel Dixon. This is why we need brothers like, well, shoot, you put Black Alpha in there, god dang it. Might turn Congress upside down. You put a Tariq in there, might turn Congress upside down. Put Lisa Cabrera in there, turn Congress upside down. ZZ in there, turn Congress upside. Dewan up in there, turn Congress upside down. Put myself in there and watch Congress get turned upside down, because these folks think that they can just say a bunch of nonsensical, historical bull stuff. And I get that they're going by Robert's rules and everybody has their time to speak and things like that. But when a real one has time to speak, all this can get shut the hell down. With that one simple question that I asked a little bit earlier, if the quote unquote, the so-called red Native Americans was excluded from the 14th Amendment, if white women during the suffrage movement was excluded from the 14th Amendment, then how could everyone else be included? That's just all it is. It's very simple. Shout out to our good sister Sean C in the building. My sister, thank you for being here. These people just don't want foundational Black Americans to have specific policies. They continue to shoehorn other groups to the things we fight and die for. And I agree with you 100% fold. And like our brother said earlier, a lot of this is all about these people trying to use those people to then implement policies for themselves. In the very same way that everybody became minorities when we started talking about civil rights and redressing some of the issues in the Black community. It went from Black people speaking on Black Americans to then speaking on minorities. And then all of a sudden, minorities started including everybody else, including Nabisco women. And now it's including Jewish people too. They're being counted as minority. In New York, they're getting goddamn business contracts under the guise of being minorities. DEI was supposed to be a redress situation, but they made it all about diversity, which is another word, a trick bag word. That means everybody, including your Nabisco women, including your gay Nabisco men. This is what they've been doing, and this is what they continue to do. It's the same damn playbook. Thank you, sister, for this comment. And also thank you for being a member. I appreciate you, my good sister, and your contribution. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Shout out to our sister, Hurricane Nisi, who says, isn't that double dipping? The small hats are doing the New Year. It's absolutely double dipping. It is absolutely double dipping, and they aren't saying a damn thing about it. Why? Because AIPAC is backing a lot of people in Congress, whether on your left or your right. On your left and your right, they are funding people. And we're going to get on what Candace Owens had to say about slavery as well, because, you know, like I said, these folks can't go a day without trying to include us into their nonsense and shenanigans. They're looking for help. With what Candace Owens said, she's looking for help. She's trying to get us to help her fight her fight. And that ain't going to work out one bit, but I digress. Let's continue here.
Reported at the mercy of a political majority. That would be a twisted reflection of the intended purpose of the 14th Amendment, because the language chosen by the amendment's framers in the aftermath of the Civil War was to prevent this kind of caste system from ever returning. So if our Republican colleagues want to have a legal argument today, here it is. The children, American children of undocumented immigrants and the American children of those here on visas, such as for work or study, are indeed persons born here in America. At the moment of their birth, they're subject to the laws of the United States with an undeniable constitutional claim to the rights, duties, and protections of that reciprocal relationship. In other words, citizenship. The 14th Amendment's guarantee that all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States, and that's the quote, clearly applies to those individuals. The plain text of that clause is about as straightforward a statement of American law as you can get. But there's additional support throughout the legislative history of this clause. In the debates on the passage of this amendment over a century ago, Congress clearly defined the intent and purpose of the Birthright Citizenship Clause and rejected the types of arguments being advanced against it today. Similarly, the Supreme Court considered and rejected arguments against the plain meaning of the amendment in the case of United States versus Wong Kim Ark way back in 1898. Subsequent cases have rejected.
Notice she's using the same case. And like I said, the case of Wong Kim Ark versus the United States had nothing to do with just a random person coming and dropping their baby off on American soil. It had the question of whether or not someone who is born to someone who is a foreigner but is an American citizen, are they a citizen? And the determination was yes. If you are born to someone on American soil who is an American citizen, you are an American citizen. But they will have to meet all the proper qualifications. And this is why a while ago, there was a case that the Democrats were trying to use about the Jamaican guy by the name of Jamal. I forget his last name, but they were talking about how he would never been to Jamaica, and they determined that the Supreme Court determined he was a citizen. And then when we read through the Supreme Court case, his citizenship was denied because his father did not meet the qualifications in order to make him a citizen. These are the same type of cases. As a matter of fact, this is a parallel, that Jamal case, that Jamaican guy case, that is a parallel on the other side of the spectrum from this Wong Kim Ark case. Because in this case, in the Wong Kim Ark case, the parent was a citizen. In Jamal's case, he was denied because his parents hadn't met the qualification to be a citizen at the time of his birth. So even though his father was in the army, even though his father was waiting for his citizenship, he was not deemed a citizen due to the fact that he did not meet the time qualification under the law. It is that simple. So what makes that case different from all the other cases? Shout out to our sister Black Spider. She said they're full of tricks, you know. Absolutely. That's all they know how to do is play tricky games. Shout out to Phoenix in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Shalom, and thank you for being here. As well as our sister Key Prince in the building. Much love to you. Shalom to you, as well as our sister Donna C in the building. Shalom to all of you, and thank you all for being here. Let's continue.
The proposition being advanced by our colleagues today that the children of certain immigrants born in the United States should be denied citizenship because it's unconstitutional. Clearly, the law and history support the straightforward conclusion, and that's why 4 federal judges have already blocked the president's executive order attempting to end birthright citizenship.
All Democratic federal judges, all judges that was appointed by Barack Obama. That's not why they put a block to it. They put a block to it because they know that Democrats are trying to replace their voter block. That's why they put a block to it. It isn't because it's unconstitutional, because it really isn't. It's the enforcement of the existing immigration laws. A B1 salute and shalom to our good brother Christopher Ellis in the building. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. And thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. We are in our divine rest. When the Most High and the ancestors are working, stay out of it. Absolutely. Shout out and salute to the fellowship. Much love to our good brother for that. Much love to you. And as well as a B1 salute and shalom to our good brother Snatch Adams. Thank you for your contribution. Your super chat is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Translation: every anchor baby is here illegally. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they can't prove it wrong. That's why they're talking in circles. That's what's happening. They're trying to confuse people about the actual meaning of these things. And this isn't the first time they've done this, family. Y'all know what legalese is. Legalese is just a legal jargon in order to confuse people who don't understand that jargon. So she's trying to throw up 100 years of president that isn't really president. She's using court cases that would actually go against her statements and basically go against her position, all because she understands that not everybody's going to understand the legal jargon or go look up or research these cases. Devilish. Shalom and salute to our good sister Priscilla Taylor in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my sister. Let's continue.
One of those judges, Judge Kunauer, a Reagan appointee, told Trump's DOJ lawyers the executive order was, quote, blatantly unconstitutional. In fact, he said in the courtroom, and I would hate to have been the lawyer on the receiving end of this, he had, quote, difficulty understanding how a member of the bar would state unequivocally that this is a constitutional order, end quote, noting that it boggled his mind. Flimsy arguments aside, ultimately, a president cannot unilaterally repeal a constitutional amendment.
Notice, he didn't unilaterally appeal a constitutional amendment. He put an executive order into place in order to examine the original definition or usage of the 14th Amendment. That is not appealing. See, this is what these folks are trying to do. They're trying to confuse people to make people think that it's unconstitutional in the very same way that they're trying to make people think that it is illegal for ICE to do their damn jobs. And neither one is illegal nor unconstitutional. Because by signing that executive order, he tossed it back to Congress, one, and the Supreme Court. This is why you're having this goddamn hearing here today. And this was done back in March. This is why the Supreme Court has agreed to hear the argument on the 14th Amendment. If it was unconstitutional, the Supreme Court would not have decided to hear the argument. They would have just said, this is unconstitutional and tossed it. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis on this one too. He said they keep thinking we get our information from the mainstream media. Yeah, and the lamestream media is falling by his wayside every damn day. They ain't getting no goddamn type of eyes on them. Their ratings are dropping expeditiously, but these folks think that we're so stupid that we're still getting our information from them. No, we're getting our information in the way we get it, and we're bringing it to the public. We're not just accepting public information. And that's why we're having these type of conversations. Because can't nobody say we wrong. A B1 salute and shalom to our brother Reparations Nation in the building. Much love to you, good brother. Thank you for being here. Let's continue.
Any elementary student of civics knows the only way to repeal an amendment is with another amendment. Remember Prohibition? The 18th Amendment to the Constitution outlawed the sale and manufacture of alcohol in 1919, and it was repealed by the 21st Amendment in 1933. But there's the rub. Americans overwhelmingly support birthright citizenship. Presidents and extremists like Stephen Miller, who've championed the idea, know that they don't have the votes to pass a constitutional amendment to repeal birthright citizenship, much less get the approval of 3/4 of the states to make it law. So instead, they're trying to do an end run on the Constitution with a tortured and unconstitutional reading of the English language and more than a century of legal analysis. Our Republican colleagues are here today trying to enable the president as he pushes his wager that his Supreme Court, the one he stacked, will ratify his illegal attempt to amend the Constitution without the consent of the American people. As a Congress, as a government, as a nation, we should not be in the business of turning back the clock and allowing or pushing our country to backslide into the most shameful parts of its past. Instead, we should be passing laws that guide it toward the light of a brighter future, one in which our most fundamental American principles and the promise to form a more perfect union ring true for all, rather than just for a privileged few. And that more just, that more fair America and the policies that actually get us there is what I and my Democratic colleagues would rather use this committee to fight for. I yield back.
Not seeing either the chairman or ranking member, we'll move forward and without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witnesses. Mr. Charles Cooper. Mr. Cooper is the chairman and founding partner of Cooper & Kirk PLLC, a boutique law firm in Washington, D.C. He has spent more than 30 years in private practice and has argued 9 cases before the United States Supreme Court. He previously served in the Department of Justice and was a law clerk to Justice William Rehnquist. Mr. R. Trent McCotter. Mr. McCotter is a partner at Boyd & Gray PLLC, where he litigates in federal court and before federal agencies. He previously served as a Deputy Associate Attorney General, where he oversaw the Department's civil, appellate, and federal programs branches. He also previously served as a federal prosecutor with the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. Slip, it comes right out. Mr. Matt O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien is the Director of Investigations at the Immigration Reform Law Institute, where he oversees IRLI's investigations into fraud, waste, and abuse in the application and enforcement of the nation's immigration laws. He previously served as an immigration judge and in various positions with the Department of Homeland Security. Professor Amanda Frost. Ms. Frost is the David Lurton Massey Jr. Professor of Law at the University of Virginia. It's my undergraduate alma mater. Professor Frost's research focuses on immigration and citizenship law, federal courts and jurisdiction, and judicial ethics. We thank our witnesses for appearing today, and we'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. Please know that your...
Let me give a B1 salute to our good brother William Aaron for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. He said they brought these buffer groups to harm us, and now they are suffering self-inflicted wounds. And I agree with you 100-fold. And see, that's the thing that right now we're utilizing. The fact that the right is seeing the self-inflicted wounds that they've created. Like I said, at one point, they were on the same team with bringing these folks in order to create the buffer classes that they have created. But now that the right is seeing that these people, that the same people that they brought in are starting to bite the hand that feed them, and not the black hand, but the Nabisco hand. And they're sitting there basically just, you go to work and pay for my bills. I don't have to do nothing. You do it all. You do oh, you pay your taxes so that I can get this, I can get that. Now that they're seeing all this stuff, the entitlement, to say the least, oh yeah, it's really starting to get to them that they created the wound that is starting to bleed the hell out. So to be honest with you, the only way to really patch this is by taking the birthright citizenship back to its original meaning. Let's be very clear about that. Otherwise, they're going to continue to bleed out, and these people are going to continue to rush and be pushed into these positions to benefit their people who come here. Shout out to our brother one more time. I appreciate your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution to, once again, family. I say be petty and remind them every chance we can. I'm with you. I am with you. 100% petty. 100% petty. And by reminding them consistently, hey, this is your own doing. This is your own doing. This is your mess to fix. This is your mess to fix. Guess what they're going to want to do? Fix their mess. Because they really don't want foundational Black Americans pointing the finger going, aha, I told you so. Oh, they hate that. They hate that. So yes, I agree. I'm in 100% agreement with you. We absolutely should maintain our pettiness and remind them every opportunity that we get. Let's continue, family.
Written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Mr. Cooper, you may begin. Mr. Cooper, I think is your microphone. Thanks,
Good
sir.
afternoon to members of the committee. I am especially pleased to be here to explore with you the meaning of 6 words of the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. The recurring debate over the meaning of these words boils down to a choice between 2 alternatives. Does it mean subject merely to the regulatory jurisdiction of the United States? That is, subject to the laws of the United States, as is virtually everyone on United States soil, including aliens who are here illegally, or are here for the purpose of bearing a child to make it an American citizen? Or does the jurisdiction of the United States mean something more than that? The full and complete jurisdiction, requiring an allegiance that comes from a permanent lawful commitment to make the United States one's home, the place where one permanently and lawfully resides. I believe that this latter interpretation is compelled by the Citizenship Clause's text, structure, and history, as well as by common sense. I have time for just a couple of brief opening points. First, the text of the clause. If subject to the jurisdiction of the United States means nothing more than the duty of obedience to the laws of the United States, why did its framers choose such a strange way to say that? Why didn't they just say, subject to the laws of the United States? Doing so would have been quite natural, given that this straightforward, unambiguous phrase is used in both Article 3 and Article 6. The clause also ensures that birthright citizenship makes newborns citizens of both the United States and of the states wherein they reside. That is, where they live, their home. This word standing alone implies a lawful permanent residence, and it plainly excludes tourists and other lawful visitors, as well as illegal aliens who are prohibited by law from residing in a state, although they all must obey our laws. Second, the history of the clause. The clause was framed by the 39th Congress to constitutionalize the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which had been passed by that same Congress just 2 months earlier. The 1866 Act explicitly denied birthright citizenship to persons, quote, subject to any foreign power, close quote, and to, quote, Indians not taxed, close quote. It is clear from the...
And that's what I was speaking about. Shout out to our brother Nightfall, drop in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. That's what I was speaking about when he said Indians not taxed. He's talking about the so-called red Indians, the so-called red Native Americans, the Siberians, Putin's Mexicans. So if they're excluded, how can everyone else be included? Because they come over here with the same kind of stipulation, they're not taxed. So literally, when you really start to chop down this whole argument and you bring up that fact, Everything else these people say makes no sense. B1 salute and shalom to our brother Bernice Brash in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Cooking with Miss D on this. No immigrant should be allowed here with dual citizenship. And I'm going to have to 100% agree. I have to 100% agree because, you know, dual citizenship means that you have an allegiance to a different country. That's why it's called dual citizenship. I mean, it's simple. It's very simple stuff. Christopher said the red invading Siberians. Exactly. Exactly, my brother. Let's continue.
History of the clause. The clause was framed by the 39th Congress to constitutionalize the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which had been passed by that same Congress just 2 months earlier. The 1866 Act explicitly denied birthright citizenship to persons, quote, subject to any foreign power, close quote, and to, quote, Indians not taxed, close quote. It is clear from the debate in the 39th Congress that Congress decided to replace this language with subject to the jurisdiction thereof, not because Congress suddenly and without any comment decided to broaden the scope of birthright citizenship from the act. Rather, Congress was concerned that the phrase Indians not taxed language generated uncertainty about the citizenship status of the children of Indians, primarily rich and poor Indians.
Now, when you say that, if you understanding what he's saying that there were certain Indians, certain non-red Indians who wouldn't be able to fall under the 14th Amendment. And so they changed the wording. Who were those certain non-red Indians? Anyway, so they changed the wording in order to make sure that those children of those Indians would also be included. So my question would be, if you're not talking about the $5 Indians, if you're not talking about Putin's Mexicans, the Siberians, the invaders, then who were those other Indians that they're speaking of that they changed the wording for? Could it be the Aboriginal that people say that wasn't here? I digress. Let's continue.
The dispute is best captured, I think, by this comment from Senator Trumbull, who wanted to replace the words Indian not taxed, even though he was the principal author of the 1866 Act. He said this, I am not willing to make citizenship in this country depend on taxation. I am not willing, if the senator from Wisconsin is, that the rich Indian residing in New York shall be a citizen and the poor Indian residing in the state of New York shall not be a citizen. This comment reflects two important points about the intended meaning of the clause by its authors, I think. First, they intended that the children of tribal Indians who resided on reservations and owed their direct allegiance to their tribes would not be entitled to birthright citizenship, but the children of assimilated Indians who had left their reservations and had established permanent residence among the body politic of the states would be entitled to birthright citizenship. Second, it is not at all plausible that the framers of the Citizenship Clause intended that tribal Indians to be able to evade this limitation on birthright citizenship for their children by the simple expedient of leaving the reservation long enough to give birth to a child. The key distinction between tribal Indians and assimilated Indians was allegiance. Tribal Indians owed their direct allegiance to the tribe, while an Indian who established a permanent domicile within the state and assimilated into the body politic committed his primary allegiance to the United States and thus entitled his children to citizenship at birth. The Supreme Court's 1884 decision in Elk against Wilkins confirmed this understanding essentially, ruling that the clause requires persons to be completely subject to the political jurisdiction of and owing direct and immediate allegiance to the United States. Make one final point. The Supreme Court's 1898 decision in Wong Kim Ark had nothing to do with the children of illegal aliens or aliens lawfully but temporarily admitted to the country. The court carefully framed the issue before it twice in verbatim terms as involving, quote, a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who have a permanent domicile and resident in the United States. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. We will now move to Mr. McCotter. I welcome you for your opening statement. I will note, Ms. Frost, we've gone over a little bit of time. I'll give you ample time as well. Mr. McCotter, please proceed.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, and distinguished members of the committee. The 14th Amendment confers citizenship on any person who was both born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Each of those clauses invokes a specialized term of art.
Shout out to our sister Aquarius Minor for asking this question. What about the reclassification? We have to understand that reclassification took, just like how we have different freedom days, different locations were reclassifying people at different times. So there's going to be some areas where the natives were reclassified and other areas where they were still being called Indians. You know, so that we have to understand that that's the situation here. Certain periods of time, certain areas, it took time to catch up with the reclassification, or it took time to reclassify those people in those areas, if that makes any sense. Let's continue.
In other words, it doesn't mean what it might mean at first glance. For example, courts have held as recently as 4 years ago that those born in U.S. territories are not covered by the Citizenship Clause, despite being literally born in the United States. And similarly, for the Jurisdiction Clause, it invokes the historic doctrine of allegiance, meaning the person must owe direct and exclusive allegiance to the sovereign, as the D.C. Circuit held as recently as 2015. Now, the historical record for the Jurisdiction Clause is lengthy and complex. I would respectfully direct you all to the amicus brief that I submitted on behalf of many members of this committee, but I'll highlight 3 issues in particular. First, like Mr. Cooper, I'll emphasize the importance of the Civil Rights Act of 1866. There's widespread agreement that the Jurisdiction Clause of the 14th Amendment was meant to constitutionalize that act and that they mean the same thing. But of course, the 1866 Act excluded those who are subject to any foreign power. So that means citizenship for both clauses turns on not being subject to any foreign power. Senator John Bingham, who was later a principal author of the 14th Amendment, said, what does this mean? It means, quote, every human being born within the jurisdiction of the United States of parents not owing allegiance to any foreign sovereignty, end quote, would be a citizen. American birthright citizenship was reserved for those who were not already deemed allegiant to another sovereign of their birth. That takes me to my second point. You may have noticed in the quote from Senator Bingham that he refers to the parent's allegiance. Obviously, the 14th Amendment itself refers to the allegiance of the child. So what's the connection there? The connection is that at that time, and in many countries even now, the children born to citizens of that country were deemed themselves to be citizens of that country. For example, in English law at the time, a child born to English citizens in America would be deemed an English citizen at birth, and therefore could not owe complete and exclusive allegiance to the United States. That would deprive that child of being entitled to birthright citizenship. That's the connection between the parent's allegiance and the child's allegiance that you see so often. This leads to the third and final point to emphasize today. As Mr. Cooper said, as a matter of logic and history, the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof cannot mean subject to the laws thereof. The exceptions prove the point. There's widespread agreement that children born in the United States to ambassadors or to invading soldiers would not receive birthright citizenship. So it's not correct to say that all those born in the United States are citizens, even under those who challenge President Trump's executive order. As far as I'm aware, almost no one holds that view. The explanation given for why ambassadors' children and children of foreign soldiers are not entitled to birthright citizenship is often that those individuals are not subject to US law. In other words, they have various forms of immunity. But that's wrong. Not even ambassadors have full immunity. At best, it's contingent. Their home country can revoke it, nor are foreign soldiers immune from US law when they are within the United States. So the inquiry cannot turn on parent supposed immunity. As Mr. Cooper also pointed out, is the fact that there was complete agreement at the time of the 14th Amendment that American Indian children would not be covered, even though they are undoubtedly subject to US law and long have been. So the theory that subject to the jurisdiction thereof means subject to the laws thereof proves far too little. It cannot explain any of the categories widely accepted. It also proves too much if it's correct that having a parent with contingent or partial immunity, as an ambassador would have, could deprive the child of birthright citizenship. Then domestic individuals who have partial or contingent immunity, judges, prosecutors, even members of Congress who possess immunity for certain acts under speech or debate, would likewise fall within the same category. Of course, we know that's not right. We know that the children of those officials are US citizens, while those of ambassadors are not. So what test explains the exceptions? It's allegiance, the first point I mentioned. Judges, prosecutors, members of Congress, they're all fully allegiant to the United States. Ambassadors, foreign soldiers are not. So the takeaway for this committee, Congress can confer citizenship by statute and has done so for many groups not covered by the jurisdiction clause, including Indians and those born in many of the territories. But that power is and always has been exclusively Congress's alone to exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCotter. Mr. O'Brien, you may proceed.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, members of the committee, it's a privilege to appear before you today, and I thank you for the invitation. The two witnesses before me, I think, have very ably summarized what's at issue here. So what I would like to point out is two things based on my many years of experience working in immigration law directly. I actually began my career as an immigration examiner in the naturalization division of the INS, so I'm very familiar with these issues. Now, it's very easy to say the meaning of this case is obvious. Of course, if it were obvious, it probably wouldn't have had to become a case in the first place. The common narrative goes something like this. Wong Kim Ark means that everyone born in the US gets citizenship. Later in Plyler v. Doe, Justice Brennan confirmed this in that holding, stating that no plausible distinction with respect to the 14th Amendment jurisdiction can be drawn between resident aliens whose entry into the United States was lawful and resident aliens whose entry was unlawful. There's two major problems with that approach, though. The first is that the court in Wong Kim Ark couldn't address the question of citizenship being conferred upon illegal aliens because there were no illegal aliens to speak of at the time. US immigration law barred a very small slice of individuals, among them Chinese nationals who were subject to the provisions of a treaty between the United States and China, criminals, and people who were likely to become public charges, as well as those who appeared to be clinically insane. So
Let's stop there for a second, family. Uh-oh. Yeah, all right. Let's make sure. All right. Make sure you can hear me. All right, yeah. Let's stop there for a quick second, family, because he just brings up another damn good point. A damn good point. There were no illegals in the country at the time for them to even be considering the 14th Amendment being for illegals. Do you see what's going on here? Do you see what is going on here? That was a damn good point that he just made. Let me give a B1 salute to our brother, the Big Black God. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother, as well as our brother Snatch Adams. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always as well, my good brother. This is going to end up making them admit who they mean by American Indians. Absolutely. They're going to have to make the language very simple and very plain. Very simple and very plain. But let's continue.
v. Doe, Justice Brennan confirmed this in that holding, stating that no plausible distinction with respect to the 14th Amendment jurisdiction can be drawn between resident aliens whose entry into the United States was lawful and resident aliens whose entry was unlawful. There's two major problems with that approach, though. The first is that the court in Wong Kim Ark couldn't address the question of citizenship being conferred upon illegal aliens because there were no illegal aliens to speak of at the time. Citizenship being conferred upon illegal aliens because there were no illegal aliens to speak of at the time. Citizenship being conferred upon illegal aliens because there were no illegal aliens to speak of at the time. US immigration law barred a very small slice of individuals, among them Chinese nationals who were subject to the provisions of a treaty between the United States and China, criminals, and people who were likely to become public charges, as well as those who appeared to be clinically insane. So the concept of illegal aliens was one that wouldn't come along until much later. At that point in time, anybody who could pay the 50-cent admission tax, entrance tax, could be admitted to the United States and was permitted to remain there indefinitely. Now, the second problem with the standard narrative about Wong Kim Ark is that Justice Brennan's assertion in Plyler v. Doe is obiter dicta, a judge's incidental expression of opinion that is not essential to a decision and does not constitute part of the precedent established by a case. In that case, in a footnote, Justice Brennan expressed his personal opinion that a 1912 immigration law treatise, not case law or statute, held that everyone born in the US was a citizen. In short, neither Wong Kim Ark nor Plyler had anything to do with whether the children of illegal aliens become US citizens at birth. In fact, that question has not yet been addressed by the Supreme Court, and there's little basis on which it may be argued that the holding in Wong Kim Ark would require a conclusion that the children of illegal aliens are automatically entitled to citizenship upon being born within the confines of the United States. If the United States is to formulate a reasonable policy for the transmission of citizenship, then it must abandon the dangerous folktale that is currently associated with Wong Kim Ark. And I hope that my testimony here today will assist this committee in getting to the heart of what Wong Kim Ark and the 14th Amendment really require. And if one stops and thinks about this, it would be utterly irrational to lay out a list of people who are inadmissible to the United States and whose presence here is unlawful, which can result in their criminal prosecution as well as their removal from the United States, but then allow those people to transmit citizenship to their children unquestionably and without any qualifications. So I thank you for inviting me here today.
And that would make absolutely no damn sense. So you're here illegally, you can be removed, you can be arrested and removed due to the fact that you're here illegally, but yet you can actually drop off your baby and your baby becomes a legal citizen. What sense does that make? Nobody can convince me that that's what the original founders and the framers of the 14th Amendment had in mind, because they didn't. They didn't. Those $5, shout out to our brother Bernice Brass, those $5 Indians got citizenship in 1924 and their birth certificates in 2017, but they are American. Okay. They're from America. Okay. And that's my point. They needed to go and do a whole new bill for the red Native Americans, the so-called Native Americans, but yet the birthright citizenship applies to everybody. The red Native American didn't get his citizenship until 1924. But yet the illegal can come over and just drop off a baby and they can get citizenship immediately. The white woman wasn't considered in her mind a citizen because they didn't have the right to vote. And that's why they tried to use the 14th Amendment to gain their right to vote. And that didn't work out. So how is anybody able to come over here, drop off a baby, and that baby automatically gets the right to vote? This makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. Shout out to Phoenix once again. Only a crazy person would make a law that says your legal parents have to go, but your kids can stay. Exactly. Exactly. It makes absolutely no sense. Shout out to our good sister FBA Empowerment in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Now let's get to this next witness, because this is where everything is going to start sounding wompy. Let's go here.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Appreciate your testimony. Ms. Frost, you may begin.
Chairman Roy, Ranking Member Scanlon, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the significance and meaning of the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause.
Family, why does this woman remind me of Fire Marshal Bill? Let me tell you something. My bad. I digress. Let's continue.
Some provisions of the U.S. Constitution are broad and confusing, but the Citizenship Clause is not one of them. The text, the drafting history, the original understanding, and over a century of unanimous judicial precedent and historical practice all confirm that the Citizenship Clause means what it says. As the text states, the Citizenship Clause grants citizenship to all born in the United States, and the only meaningful exception today is for the children of consular officials. The Citizenship Clause was intended to remove the stain of Dred Scott from our Constitution, the Supreme Court decision that held citizenship turned solely on race and ancestry and not birthplace. In 1868, the nation rejected Dred Scott. And when discussing this addition to the Constitution, the Reconstruction Congress explicitly stated that it wanted to provide citizenship to the 4 million formerly enslaved Americans and the children of immigrants arriving from around the globe. This Congress also acknowledged and well knew that some of those enslaved Americans had been brought into this country in violation of the law, because laws after 1808 prohibited the international slave trade. These were the illegal aliens of the day, and thus it is wrong.
Did y'all get that, family? Did y'all get that? In case you didn't, I'm going to run it back just a little bit so you can hear the egregious disrespect that this woman just said.
The original understanding and over a century of unanimous judicial precedent and historical practice all confirm that the Citizenship Clause means what it says. As the text states, the Citizenship Clause grants citizenship to all born in the United States, and the only meaningful exception today is for the children of consular officials. The Citizenship Clause was intended to remove the stain of Dred Scott from our Constitution, the Supreme Court decision that held citizenship turned solely on race and ancestry and not birthplace. In 1868, the nation rejected Dred Scott. And when discussing this addition to the Constitution, the Reconstruction Congress explicitly stated that it wanted to provide citizenship to the 4 million formerly enslaved Americans and the children of immigrants arriving from around the globe. This Congress also acknowledged and well knew that some of those enslaved Americans had been brought into this country in violation of the law, because laws after 1808 prohibited the international slave trade. These were the illegal aliens of the day, and those laws after 1808 prohibited the international slave trade. These were the illegal aliens of the day, because laws after 1808 prohibited the international slave trade. These were the illegal aliens of the day, and thus it is.
This fire marshal bill, a shout out to our sister Aquarius Minded for this. Fire Marshal Jill over here is trying to make the people who were brought here involuntarily immigrants. These are the illegal aliens of the day. No, because they didn't break the laws of the country in order to be here. The Nabisco brought the law in order to bring them there. That doesn't make them illegal aliens. They didn't force their way into a country in order to gain benefits or anything like that. They were sold. In the very same way, you're not going to make slaves immigrants. You can't make any slave that was brought here an illegal alien either. And this is how they start to play with the wording. They try to play with your mindset. They try to play with you. They sit here and consistently disrespect the history of our people in order to bring opportunity to a whole group of people that shouldn't even be here in the first damn place. Once again, another Nabisco woman trying to use our plight in order to open up the doors for everyone else. The same way the other Nabisco woman. Both of these people mentioned the Dred Scott case and then tried to flip it over to make it seem as if, but they were still illegal. Or they still were pushing for this for illegals. That is factually and emphatically incorrect.
Prohibited the international slave trade. These were the illegal aliens of the day, and thus it is wrong, as Mr. O'Brien just stated, to say that there wasn't such a thing as an undocumented or illegal alien at the time. The Reconstruction Congress well knew there was, and of course intended to grant those people citizenship. That is why President Trump's executive order has been rejected by every federal court that has addressed it over the last month, 5 and counting, and these judges have been scathing. Federal Judge John Kunauer, appointed to the bench by Ronald Reagan, described the executive order as blatantly unconstitutional. Federal Judge Joseph LaPlante, a George W. Bush appointee, enjoined the executive order on the ground that, quote, it contradicts the text of the 14th Amendment and the century-old untouched precedent that interprets it. These judges have concluded that the Trump administration's arguments in favor of the executive order are ahistorical, atextual, and illogical, also inconsistent with the order itself. For that reason, I'm not going to spend any more of my time here discussing the meaning of the Citizenship Clause, which is detailed in my text of my written statement, and I'm happy to answer questions. But instead, I'm going to move on and talk about the devastating consequences of this executive order for the 3.5 million American families who every year welcome a new child into their family. The executive order claims the power unilaterally to rewrite the Constitution. That alone is disturbing enough. In doing so, it excludes hundreds of thousands of newborn children from citizenship, including the children of immigrants who came legally to the United States. All of these newborn children would be declared undocumented immigrants from the moment they are born. Some would be born stateless, and all would be at risk of being deported away from their parents and denied all the rights and privileges of citizenship at the most vulnerable moment of their new lives. Worse, if this were to go into effect, it would not be limited to the people carved out by the executive order. that is the children of undocumented immigrants and the children of temporary immigrants, it would affect all Americans, every single person giving birth to a child going forward. All would now have to produce paperwork proving their status, their citizenship, their green card status at the time of the child's birth. And as an immigration lawyer, I will tell you, for many people, that is not easy. I thought this was a committee that favored.
Let me touch on that too, because this is another talking point that the Democrats are pushing out. As a matter of fact, give me 1 second, because I was actually going to do a members only. Well, not a members only, but I was going to actually touch on this for the members. However, StreamYard has been tripping out a lot. I tried to sit down to record this yesterday, and StreamYard was really messing up, and I had to send notice over to them, and they're working on it now. However, for all my members and my patrons, you shall have your uploads sometime this week. Hopefully it'll be closer to Tuesday or Wednesday if they get it fixed by today or tomorrow. But I want to touch on this because that's the same talking points that these Democrat shills are talking about. Let's go here for a second. Let me pull this down. Y'all remember the Democratic shill in what's his name? Eli. God dang it, I'm spacing on this name, but let me pull him up here. Let's go here.
This is important context, and I want you, if you can, in this next portion of your response, to talk about why folks who may be at home, folks who look like us, parents are born here, we're here for multiple generations, we're stolen from, our original land, right? But there are some of us, some folks who look like us, who are like, well, this isn't going to apply to us because this is really about the immigrants that we're mad at for taking our opportunities and they got our jobs and this and that. So they're thinking that this birthright citizenship case, if they've heard about it, is going to target children of immigrants, not necessarily us. Can you talk about why that is also inherently flawed?
Really good question, Angela, particularly about the politics around it. Really good question.
Yeah, so for people who think that this is only going to affect Latino illegal immigrants, I would ask you guys this. Prove it. Prove that your parents were citizens of the United States when they ask you. How are you going to do that, right? They don't always keep great records on where we were stolen from and where we came from. Not all of us. I happen to be able to trace at least a part of my lineage all the way back to a plantation that was freed when Sherman came marching through the South. Most black people aren't that lucky. Most black people don't have that kind of record keeping in their family tree. So when the ICE agent, when the government agent comes into the maternity ward and says, well, I don't think that that your baby is a citizen because I can't prove that you're a citizen, because I can't prove that your citizenship is not also derived from birthright citizenship. How are you going to prove that it's not? How are you going to prove that you actually were brought over here on the second ship of Dutch settlers that had 14 slaves to build the wall on Wall Street, Manhattan? How are you going to prove that you go back that far? I know that there are ADOS people out here just like, this is great for us. Prove it. Prove it. And because you, the black person, will be asked to prove it, while John Hintonmeister III, with that German-ass name, is never going to be asked to prove that they are citizenship by dint of their fathers. There's also an issue about if they try to change this, citizenship will be directed through who? The father or the mother, right? Because they're all anchor babies or that. So what if you have one parent who is a citizen and one who wasn't? Is that going to count? And which parent? And do you have records of that parent, right? Maybe your mother was an illegal immigrant who came here, but your father was, not. Only your father, you can't even find him to pay child support, much less find him to produce his birth certificate, right? So again, if you think that this is only going to affect the obvious Latino illegal immigrant, prove it. How are you going to prove that you were allowed to be here? Because that is the second question that these people will ask you when they try to send you back to wherever the hell they think that you're supposed to be from.
All right, we're going to go through that and chop that down piece by piece because, I don't want to take anything he's saying out of context because there's a lot of nonsense going on in this man's statements. So let's start this over. Before we do, shout out to Melvinia. Thank you for your PayPal donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. let's get into it. Let's run it back.
This is important context, and I want you, if you can, in this next portion of your response, to talk about why folks who may be at home, folks who look like us, parents are born here, we're here for multiple generations, we're stolen from, our original land, right?
Ma'am, you are not a foundational Black American. You are ma'am, you are a Caribbean. And I believe she's a Caribbean blend of some other nonsense. I don't even care to, but you are not us. So yes, this would be important to you because it kind of target people like yourself. But let's let her continue.
But there are some folks who look like us who are like, well, this isn't going to apply to us because this is really about the immigrants that we're mad at for taking our opportunities and they got our jobs and this and that. So they're thinking.
Now, notice her disingenuous and condescending tone there. This is really, there's people who look like us. It doesn't matter whether you look like us or not. You are not us. You do not have that bloodline that stems back to the slave fields here in America. You do not have the bloodline of a freedman. You do not have the bloodline of foundational Black Americans. So just because you look like us does not mean we're in the same damn boat. We are not in the same boat. Looks do not matter. The bloodline does, and you do not share that. And yes, it does target the illegals and the folks who come here and drop off babies to get birthright citizenship and all that other stuff. That still does not apply to us because the birthright citizenship, the 14th Amendment, ingrains us into the Constitution. These people act like they don't have databases to tell you who's an illegal and who isn't. They act like they can't pull up your birth certificate, your social security card. This is the nonsense that these people, the nonsensical rhetoric that Angela Cry and the rest of her native land podcasters are out here spewing. But let's continue.
That this birthright citizenship case, if they've heard about it, is going to target children of immigrants, not necessarily us. Can you talk about why that is also inherently flawed?
Really good question, Angela, particularly about the politics around it. Really good question.
Yeah, so for people who think that this is only going to affect Latino illegal immigrants, I would ask you guys this. Prove it. Prove that your parents were citizens of the United States when they ask you. How are you going to do that, right? They don't always keep great records on where we were stolen from and where we came from. Not all of us.
We? We.
I happen to be able to trace at least a part of my lineage all the way back to a plantation that was freed when Sherman came marching through the South. Most Black people aren't that lucky.
Let me tell you why that's false. Because all of these people, these scam Africans, the Democrats, they love to try to utilize the 1870 historical wall, right? They try to say people can't go farther than 1870 census. The 1870 census, and I got to make sure I explain this. That is not a starting point. The 1870 census is the first census where they allowed foundational Black Americans onto it. But that is not the starting point. That's just the shifting of documentation and the way they documented things. So before then, you can look at property. You can look at the insurance. You can look at all the court cases where people was fighting for their freedoms. You can look at all these different areas that you can 9 times out of 10 find in your National Archive. So when you say, I'm so lucky because I was able to do it, but not everybody's able to do it, that's a lie in itself. If people take the time, they'll be able to do so. This imaginary 1870 paywall that you guys love to use, it's just that. It's imaginary. But let's let them continue.
Most Black people don't have that kind of record keeping in their family tree.
Another thing that really irritates me about these kinds of people, they continuously say things like most people. Most people. They give large amounts like 90% of Black Americans can't do this. 90% of Black Americans come from Nigeria. 90%, 80%, and they're just making up numbers. They're quite literally making up numbers. Where are you getting these statistics from? You don't know what my grandmother or grandfather has under their mattress, nor do you know what anybody else's family keep under their mattress, or not just their mattress, but their style of recording their historical history. You're just assuming one, and then you're putting it out there as if it's factual, as if you have all the facts of the situation when you don't. When you quite literally do not. But let's continue.
So when the ICE agent, when the government agent comes into the maternity ward and says, well, I don't think that that your baby is a citizen because I can't prove that you're a citizen, because I can't prove that your citizenship is not also derived from birthright citizenship. How are you going to prove that it's not? How are you going to prove that you actually were brought over here on the second ship of Dutch settlers that had 14 slaves to build the wall on Wall Street, Manhattan? How are you going to prove that you go back that far? I know that there are those people out here just like, this is great for us. Prove it. Prove it. And because you, the Black person, will be asked to prove it, while John Hintonmeister III, with that German-ass name, is never going to be asked to prove that they are citizenship by dint of their fathers. There's,
like I said, these people act as if birth certificates don't exist. They act as if Social Security cards don't exist. They act as if they don't have a goddamn database for immigrants. But this is all that fear tactic, that row fear nonsense. Family, when I say the 1870 census is not a limitation, it is quite easy. If you check plantation records, if you check wills and probate records, if you check church baptism and marriage records, you can check runaway slave advertisements. Like I said, there's many court cases involving enslaved individuals and or free Blacks. You can check military service records. Hell, you can check the Freedmen's Bureau's records. Another good point, our good brother William, you can check adoption records. You can check bill of sales and manumission documents. Like I said, these folks act like 1870 is the wall. It's not the wall. It's just the year that they shift the way that they collected data on the situation. And do we forget? Can we forget? We can't forget that there were free black communities that existed long before 1870. Let me say that again for all the idiots in the back of the classroom. There were free black communities that existed long before 1870. There was free black landowners in Virginia, in Maryland, in North Carolina. This is very easy to go and look up. But they tried to speak to us as if we don't know nothing. Another great selection, my sister bad. Obituaries. Obituaries is another way. Let me give a B1 salute and shalom to our sister Faith Speaks Life in the building. Much love to you and thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. What about all the free black militants and soldiers in the American Revolution? Hell, in the 1719 through the 1860 census, there was entire free black communities documented. So when he says all of this is going to be difficult and not everybody's going to be able to go through, hey, if you do the work, you'll be able to do it. But at the same time, you really wouldn't have to do too much work because, like I said, there's data, whole data centers put together for immigration. Family, let's let them continue.
Also an issue about if they try to change this, citizenship will be directed through who? The father or the mother, right? Because they're all anchor babies or that.
Who said that it would go through the father or the mother? What Trump said was something similar to how foundational Black Americans is. If you have one parent who's a foundational Black American, you're a foundational Black American. So one can deduce if you have one parent that is a citizen, then you are now a citizen. It's that simple. Why are these people trying to make it seem like it's more complicated than it actually is? Obviously, because they have an agenda evolved. Excuse me, they have an agenda involved. Let's let them continue.
So how do you, what if you have one parent who is a citizen and one who wasn't? Is that going to count? And which parent? And do you have records of that parent, right? Maybe your mother was an illegal immigrant who came here, but your father was, not. Only your father, you can't even find him to pay child support, much less find him to produce his birth certificate, right? So again, if you think that this is only going to affect the obvious Latino illegal immigrant, prove it. How are you going to prove that you are allowed to be here? Because that is the second question that these people will ask you when they try to send you back to wherever the hell they think that you're supposed to be from.
Okay, family, let me explain to you what this dude is doing. Because what he's doing is basically, it is a rhetorical strategy. It is a strategy of pushing rhetoric, not historical fact whatsoever. Right? And by pushing this rhetoric, what he's trying to do is undermine our ethnic legitimacy. That's one. Right? Another thing that he's trying to do is suggest that FBAs lack historical continuity. That's what he's really doing. Hold up. Shout out to our brother William Aaron Mistal. That's right. That's his last name, Mistal. Mistal's father, also named Eli Mistal, was Haitian American, the first Black person elected to the Suffolk County legislature, and an influential political operative whose career ended with a fine. Family, thank you for bringing that information, because now we're seeing right now why he's pushing all of this immigrated rhetoric. We can't find rhetoric. We can't go back rhetoric. Most people can't do this rhetoric. Most people can't do that rhetoric. It is strategical rhetoric. And another thing that it does is equate FBAs with recent immigrant groups despite different histories. So this is all this dude is trying to do. It confuses documentation challenges, basically, with historical absence. This is what he's doing. Think about it like this, family. With his logic, medieval Europeans don't exist before parish records. Indigenous people don't exist before European writings. This is basically the rhetoric that this man is spewing. And it's the same talking points that the Democrats are sending out. So I'm not surprised that this woman made the same assertion that Eli Mistal did. Shout out to our brother William once again. And guess what the fine was for? Ended with the fine for violating election district residency laws. Well, go freaking figure. Go freaking figure. See, this is why the Black grassroots is important. And this is why ain't nobody rocking with the lamestream media. Because the receipts are here. The receipts are here. The facts are here. And everybody else is just scamming in order to do or to push their own agenda for their party. Let's continue.
All Americans, every single person giving birth to a child going forward, all would now have to produce paperwork proving their status, their citizenship, their green card status at the time of the child's birth. And as an immigration lawyer, I will tell you, for many people, that is not easy. I thought this was a committee that favored limited government. This is expanding the federal bureaucracy and the paperwork burdens on these families, hospitals, state agencies.
Now, notice, family, she said, as an immigration lawyer, I can tell you that is not easy. It ain't easy for who, Karen? It ain't easy for who, Fire Marshal Jill? Shout out to our sister Aquarius Minded for that. You just admitted that you're an immigration attorney, correct? So that means the people that you service are immigrants, correct? Yes, correct. Absolutely correct. So when you say it's going to be a hassle for most people, but then turn around and say, trust me, I worked as an immigration attorney. You just told the world that your expertise is in immigration, not in citizenship. You care more about the immigrants that you serve than the citizens here in America. You don't know what the citizens here can produce. You don't service us. Exactly, my sister. Plain and simple. It's bias. It's just all out bias. And since you're an immigration attorney, who's to say you're not being paid by NGOs in order to go up here and say and make the comments that you're saying and making? We know that you all are in it together. We know that you're all in it together. The NGOs are paying you, people such as yourself, immigration attorneys, and immigration attorneys are stacking their pockets. You is not right. He says she's rather handsome chick. She's a rather handsome chick. Oh, let me tell you something. I don't know what to tell you. That's another good point. She's probably married to an immigrant. That's a fantastic point. Yep, like our sister said, more than likely. More than likely. But for the most part, since she's an immigration attorney, oh, that's where her bread and butter comes from. So, of course, she would be arguing against common sense law.
Agencies and overburdened immigration officials, as I said, at the most sensitive moments of these people's lives. As explained, the executive order is not only unconstitutional, it is not only a terrible policy, it also conflicts with fundamental American values. We are a nation that rejects the test of ancestry and lineage, and we prefer instead to grant citizenship based on birthplace. That's a choice we've made well over a century ago. To be born in America is to be born an equal citizen. America is excellent at integrating the children of immigrants into our society. It is one of our great strengths. All Americans should be proud that in 1868, the nation rejected Dred Scott and reclaimed citizenship based on location of birth, not lineage and ancestry, welcoming the children of immigrants. We must never go back.
Thank you.
All right, family. So I wanted to play the opening statements. We're actually going to be diving a little bit deeper into this hearing a little bit later in the week. I just wanted to play those clips there because it really gives hindsight on what we're about to speak on. Very much so. Now, family, and I'm going to make sure I put this to the side for a second. Bada bing, bada boom. Now, let's get into this whole situation with Toilet Paper USA and their America event. I don't know what it's called. America USA, whatever they called the crap. Let's get into it because there's a lot to get through. Now, family, I want y'all to know that Erica Kirk, she's letting people know right off the back she had a little Freudian slip. She had a little Freudian slip that perfectly describes everything you're about to see here today. Let's go here.
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb
America Fest. That's what it's called. All right, let's continue.
Has persisted with the same grift, husband at UVU. Caleb has persisted with the same grift, my incredible husband at UVU. Caleb has persisted with the same grift, husband at UVU. Caleb has persisted with the same grift, grit. It has been a long day. Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey. It's all good.
Family, That was a Freudian slip if I've never seen one. This woman knows exactly what this is and what she's doing and what they're doing. It is all a grift. The very same grift. And she just couldn't hold it in. But guess what? I'm glad she didn't. So, everyone that you see thus far, excuse me, not thus far, everyone that you're going to be seeing, you can put it in your mind that they're there to grift because they're grifters. And that's what grifters do. They grift. Let's start off with this. And this is why it's important that delineation is 100% a must. Delineation is 100% a must. Because guess who was one of their invited guests to be there? Nicki Minaj. Oh, I ain't making this up, family. This ain't AI. Let's go here. Matter of fact, I'm going to turn off the sound because I don't want to get a strike off of her nonsensical bullshit music. Let's get it in. Erica Kirk walking out with Nicki Minaj. Erica Kirk sitting down with Nicki Minaj. Out of all the people they could have gotten, they went and got Nicki Minaj. Really? I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing out of the Magites. I don't want to hear nothing about hypersexuality. I don't want to hear nothing about Christianity. I don't want to hear anything. You do not have the high ground. Nicki Minaj? You mean this woman? Y'all always talking mess about the ghetto ratchet community and the black community, and black people are so ratchet, black people are so this, black people are so that, but yet you go get this tether to come and sit down with a woman who's supposed to be so Christ-like, a woman who's so forgiving, but who's also righteous. This is who you go get? Okay. All right. Let's see what y'all had to say there.
So why now have you been involved with speaking about politics? What was kind of the turning point for you? Yeah.
What was the turning point? Well, I just got tired of being pushed around. Yeah. Sometimes you just get tired of it, and then you realize, wait a minute, I have something inside of me that's stronger than what's out there. That's right. So when you've had enough, you realize, wait a minute, why do I even care about these people and what they think? Who are they? They don't even know who they are. So I'm not going to back down anymore. I'm not going to back down ever again.
Amen.
Family. Please let me know. Let me know in the chat. I need to know. This is a question for all of you. Is Nicki Minaj being paid to be a stooge? Or is Nicki Minaj telling her true feelings? Notice she said they don't even know who they are. Who are the they that you're referring to? Could it be foundational Black Americans who said we're not rocking with Nicki Minaj and her disrespectful ways? Why would you be sitting there at a staunch racist rally, because that's what this is. This is a racist rally. Her husband talked about black women like dogs, talked about black people like dogs. Her husband would have looked at you as less than and as a hood rat, a ghetto girl. And he would use your image to denigrate foundational black Americans, even though you're not a foundational black American. So the question would be, is she paid to be there? Or is she just there because she is anti-black? Somebody has to give me a real answer here, because they're obviously not going to do it. Let's be very clear. Oh yeah. We're going to get to Amru Foodale as well. Shout out to you, family. We're going to get there too. It doesn't escape me that they turned him away but let Nicki Minaj in. For these folks to hate whore so much, to hate the promiscuous woman so much, they sure do be going to get a bunch of promiscuous women, right? Didn't they get Amber Rose last year? And the year before that? For y'all to be so holier than thou, for y'all to be such Christians, I'm so surprised that you're giving the microphone to a bunch of Jezebels. Let's go here, family.
We were not being represented and not being admired for our beauty. If we felt like that as Black women, why would we want to do that to other women? Why would we now need to make other people downplay their beauty so that we can feel, no, that's not how it works. I don't need someone with blonde hair and blue eyes to downplay their beauty because I know my beauty.
Family, does it seem like she's putting in her application for the Toilet Paper USA Magite movement to pull her in? I see here that she probably could use some toilet paper. She probably could use some toilet paper. I see here. But do it seem like to you all that she is putting in her application? She's sitting here acting like Black women go around downing white women when the whole system of white supremacy has placed white women on a pedestal and made the skinniest, the ugliest white woman the beauty standard over beautiful Black sisters. Look at what happened with Angel Reese and what's her name? Kristen Clark. They try to make that CC chick out to be the beauty standard. Angel Reese did one goddamn Victoria's Secret fashion show walkway thing and blew that all out of the water, and she didn't even really need to do that. Notice they're putting Angel in more effeminate and sexual areas when it comes to her endorsements and her spotlight, basically. That CC chick, they're putting her in masculine roles. Notice they put her in the shoe commercial. They put her in a jean commercial. They ain't making her look effeminate, but they're trying to make it seem like she is the beauty standard. So why is Nicki Minaj over here trying to make Nabisco women feel better about their beauty when they have been the ones consistently talking down and disrespecting the beauty of Black women? Shout out to our sister Key Prince in the building. She said Nikki supposedly on that booger sugar. And I wouldn't be surprised if she was. I quite literally would not be surprised if she was. Shout out to Legit Hustle. I don't, what the F is she talking about? Excuse me. What the F is she even talking about? They must have done some damn good butter. They must have some damn good butter biscuits. Hey, or whatever they eat in Trinidad. They might have flew in some Bammy. I don't know what the hell it was. They put some butter biscuits inside of the booger sugar. I don't know. But this is what I'm seeing right here. So I'll ask a question that, you know, the broadcast poses. The name of the whole broadcast is a very simple question. Can someone be less American? Well, when we're delineating, we're seeing people who are not us doing all the things that foundational Black Americans would never do, saying all the things that foundational Black Americans would never say. And they're doing it with a smile on their face. Yeah, I would have to say that seems less American to me. You know, the spirit of our ancestors has consistently fought against these people. Not sit down and break bread with them. Shout out to our sister Bad. Don't trust these celebrities. And you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. I agree with you 100% fold. For nothing, Malcolm X spoke about these celebrities like Lena Horne. Shout out to Lena Horne, but you know, she's not a leader. She shouldn't have been out here speaking as one. In the very same way that Nicki Minaj is not a leader, and nor should she be out here speaking as if she's one. Nor should she be speaking as if she speaks for us. She do not. You want to tap dance for those butter biscuits? Leave us out of it. Don't use your Blackness to try to promote the nonsense that Turning Point USA has been spewing against us. You're basically rubber stamping their anti-Black rhetoric. A B1 salute and shalom to our good brother Breeze Omega in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis. He said toilet paper wasted money on this heifer. Yeah, hey, as they always do about this time. As they always do. Let's let her continue.
Do you understand? It doesn't bother me that a woman feels and says that she's beautiful. Why shouldn't she feel that? Why have we gotten to a point where certain colors or certain kinds of people have to be afraid of loving themselves and loving the way they look? Like, isn't that?
Nikki, you know you didn't turn yourself 4 shades lighter since your introduction. I remember when you was a no booty having, dark skinned, bad weave wearing, tomboy looking woman out of New York. Dingy Minaj, exactly. I remember those Dingy Minaj days. And you did not look like this whatsoever. So don't talk about being in love with you or liking you when you don't like you. See, you're using this as a talking point in order to once again pedestalize the Nabisco woman. And I'm not going to be silent ever again because they paid you to keep talking. In the very same way you were paid to go to the UN. But let's continue.
Not wild. We were not being represented. And
All right, let's go to this one here.
Receive that, bullies. We won't be silenced ever again. We will speak up for Christians wherever they are in this world.
Are you now? Are you now? You're going to go and speak up for Christians all over the world? You, Nicki Minaj, the Jezebel incarnate, you're going to go speak up for Christians all over the world. I agree. Her music is real Christian, ain't it? This woman who has an alter ego by the name of Roman, and that alter ego Roman represents Roman Polanski. And you're going to go speak up for Christians all around the world? Family, she has several different personalities that she self-proclaimed. But she's supposed to be preaching the gospel? Family, let he with ears and let her with ears hear and know the truth. Let's go back over here.
Amen. Amen.
You know what this reminds me of, family? This reminds me of Glorilla winning Gospel Artist of the Year or some shit like that. That's exactly what this reminds me of. A straight mockery. Family, let's move forward because I want to get to some of these other speakers that was there. You had Rob Schneider, the man that only came up because of another man who only came up because of black people. Adam Sandler was only put on the map due to black people. And then Adam Sandler turns around and put Rob Schneider on, only for Rob Schneider to later on show that he himself is a Magite. Let's go here, family.
Now, in early November, the New York Times ran a headline, Nick Fuentes is becoming Charlie Kirk's successor. Now, that headline tells you everything we need to know about what's at stake right now. The void Charlie left behind is real. And if we're not careful about who fills it, if we let the Candace Owens and the Nick Fuenteses become our dominant voices, we're going to make the exact mistake the left made. And we're going to risk once again giving the reins of power back to the crazy radical left. Now, here's what I mean. Thank you. Here's what I mean. The left has spent years calling moderate people names. Charlie Kirk, fascist, with no evidence. Jordan Peterson, well-dressed fascist. Rob Schneider, midget, but which is just as hurtful. I'm almost 5'5". But they couldn't counter Charlie Kirk's ideas with their own. So they had to characterize him as some right-wing monster. But they failed because anyone who spent 1 minute listening to Charlie Kirk knew what Charlie Kirk was about. Charlie Kirk was only interested in the pursuit of the divine truth, in love of family and country and freedom and saving the republic. Charlie Kirk wasn't Nick Fuentes, not even close. Charlie was about having conversations, addressing reality, opening up dialogue on college campuses. He made a point of resisting the more extreme elements on the right. He'd call people out when they got out of line.
Tomasa says, Starte, yes, he is. He is one of the top hats. Let's continue.
The Groypers, the people who crossed into actual anti-Semitism. Nick Fuentes, Nick Fuentes said women shouldn't be allowed to vote. So obviously not all his ideas are bad. You needed a joke in there. By misidentifying moderates as extremists and moderate ideas as abnormal, by being led by the woke mind virus, it cost the left their hold on the culture. The American people saw who the real extremists were, the Democrats.
All right, that was Rob Schneider. They also had this guy. I don't even remember who the hell this guy is. But they had this guy here, and I'm only going to play this clip because he said something interesting that I really want to address, even though he isn't really, don't nobody give a damn about who the hell he is in the first place. But let's continue. Let's go.
Charlie Kirk was somebody who united. I am sick of the division. I am calling it out. I call it out to its face. I disavow it. I'm sick of it. They're out killing us, and we're in here squabbling and bitching and moaning, and I'm sick of it, and I've had enough.
Who's out there killing you? Who is it that's out there killing you? You so conveniently leave out the fact that you're out there killing you. This was Nabisco on Nabisco crime. But you're out here saying they're out here killing us? Who is the there that he's speaking of? And if you look at the history of Charlie Kirk, one might deduce that the there that he's speaking about is us. But yet you got Nicki Minaj sitting on the stage with Erica Kirk talking about how black folks, black women shouldn't be hating on white women for their looks when it's been the other way around. You're sitting there talking about how Christians will be protected all over the world, according to you. But then you go to this guy, and this guy is talking about they're killing us all over the place. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. It's very hilarious to me that these folks are trying to play this boogeyman game as if the world can't see who unalived their boy. Let's go here. You had your boy Ben Shapiro there. And Ben Shapiro made some very disrespectful comments about can't dance. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's obviously a massive honor to be here at Turning Point USA. It's even more of an honor to follow Erica Kirk, a heroic figure and a true American patriot.
What makes her a hero, Ben? Better yet, scratch that. What makes her an American patriot? What have she done that makes her an American patriot? Don't worry, I'll wait. How are you able to equate her to somebody who went to Afghanistan and fought for 8 years or so? Why are you comparing her to people who've been to Iraq to fight for America, been to anywhere? Vietnam, Pearl Harbor. These are all patriots by at least definition. What makes Erica Kurt a patriot? Can anybody answer that? Don't worry, I'll wait. But go ahead, Ben. Continue on.
I really believe that the best way to judge the goodness of a man is to see the goodness of his wife and his children. And on that measure, Charlie was unsurpassed.
The best way to judge a man, he said, is to see the goodness of his wife and children. You mean the same wife that was allowing him to go around spewing hatred towards other people? Who married him because he spewed hatred towards other people? Who had children with him because he spewed hatred towards other people? You're right. I can measure a person by judging his wife and his children. What kind of woman will want to marry a man like that? Let alone have children with a man like that. And that's another fantastic question, my good brother. Christopher says, where are their kids? Where are they? I still ain't seen the children yet. Shout out to our brother Crew Reality in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family. Much love. Shalom, shalom to you. Shout out to our sister. She said, they teach the kids to hate. Absolutely. They gave the kids to Turning Point USA. That makes a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense. The little omens. I love that. TPUSA gave Erica the torch. Yep, and she's going to burn down the whole goddamn organization with that torch. I guarantee it. And let's get there. Let's continue, shall we? Let's go.
Erica and her children are in all of our hearts. And of course, this is an incredibly bittersweet moment. It's absolutely bitter because of the murder of our friend Charlie Kirk, an irreplaceable human being. I knew Charlie from the time he was 18 years old, and I watched him build himself into one of the most powerful exponents of conservatism in America, one of the most powerful coalition builders in American history. But it's also sweet to see the number of people who continue to remember Charlie each and every day and to carry on his mission. Well, today, I want to talk about the future of the country. And the future of this country, this amazing country, relies on the future of the conservative movement. It relies on what CPUSA defines as its core mission: freedom, free markets, and limited government. And most of all, the future of this country relies on truth. This country relies on truth because victory, true, real, lasting victory, cannot be achieved without truth. Victory without truth is victory for a lie, and that is no victory at all. And unity without truth is no unity. It is merely solidarity in falsehood. You see, we live in a chaotic time, in a time when lots of people are asking lots of legitimate questions about the conservative movement. What ought we to think about the relationship between free markets and traditional virtue? How should we craft a pragmatic foreign policy that spreads our interests and upholds our ideals? What governmental means are appropriate to achieve political ends? All of these questions aren't new, of course. They've been asked for as long as human beings have been talking about politics.
Yes, Miss D. I think he's using that word friend highly loosely. But let's let him continue.
Of years. And over the course of this conference, you'll hear a lot of opinions on a lot of these questions. I have my own perspectives on them, of course. You can hear them every single day on my show. My fundamental values have been the same for 25 years. Peace through strength on foreign policy. Traditional values on social policy. Free markets with regard to economics. But today, I want to talk about something even more important. How to discern those attempting to speak truth from frauds and grifters.
Hold on, because according to Erica, you're all grifters. Let's go back here.
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same grift. Husband at UVU. Caleb has persisted with the same grift. My incredible husband at UVU. Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day. Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey. It's all good.
However, this dude want to talk about grifts? What is and what isn't grifting? Oh, that Freudian slip was so immaculate because it said exactly what's going on here. Shout out to our family, LaShawn Ken in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Shalom, shalom. The bar is being set so low, it's beyond my understanding, and I understand that 100% fold. 100% fold. Let's go back here.
More important. How to discern those attempting to speak truth from frauds and grifters. Because something is new. An informational environment rife with both opportunity and chaos. Opportunity, because the legacy media gatekeepers are no longer in charge of what we see and what we hear. And chaos, because an anarchic informational environment means we actually have to be smart in how we assess the information and arguments that we hear.
Now, the one thing that he said that is correct is that the legacy media is no longer really in charge of what the public gets. And that's what's really destroying a lot of these folks on both sides. Do not get it confused, because the lamestream media narrative on the left is the very same as the lamestream media narrative on the right. And both of them wants to drown out the actual folks out here telling the truth. The black grassroots, the new black media. Yeah, they might take shots at each other, but the truth of the matter is the real shot that they're taking is at you and me. Why? Because they're losing the power. They're losing the narrative. Remember when I played the clip of Hillary Clinton on this broadcast where she was stating that if we do not regulate these platforms, we will lose the narrative. We will lose the fight. And this is what Ben is saying here. The lamestream media has already lost their fight. They're trying their hardest to keep fighting for them. Ben is fighting for him. Turning Point is fighting for themselves. And Ben is also trying to fight to get into Turning Point as, you know, the leader. Let's be very clear about that. You think Erica is going to be the leader if Ben Shapiro is brought in? Nah, he's going to do some backdoor nonsense just like he always do to try and circumvent her. Even though that doesn't matter to me, I'm just speaking facts. I'm giving you strategy. But let's get back into it.
Why does that matter? Well, because today the conservative movement is in serious danger. It is in danger, not just from a left that all too frequently excuses everything up to and including murder. The conservative movement is also in danger from charlatans who claim to speak in the name of principle, but actually traffic in conspiracism and dishonesty.
I want to say this too, family. I want you to take that into account, how he just made it very simple and very plain that the conservative movement is in danger. And let's be very clear. It's not because of Candace Owens. It's because they cannot, and I mean cannot, get the youth on board with their movement in the way that they need to be. And not just in the conservative movement, in the liberal movement. They're in deep, deep trouble. They're all in trouble because of us and our movement. The way foundational Black Americans are moving is putting people in trouble and putting people in danger. They don't know what's going to happen, and so they're really afraid. They don't have enough people to support them in 2026. In the very same way, they barely scratched by with 2024 and Donald Trump and Kamala. So yeah, both parties are in trouble because neither one of them can definitively say that they have the votes, they have the people to actually get out there and put them back into office. Another great goddamn point, my brother. He said it's the Gangs of New York movie all over again. This is Gangs of New York manifested. Shout out to our brother number one Switchblade in the building. And thank you for this comment. Yo, family, I live in the heart of diversity in Chicago. I live in uptown Chicago. These immigrants are living in their last days. Hey, salute to everything y'all do out there in Chicago, family. And for everyone who is fighting back against the illegal infiltration. Shout out to our sister Bad, World War Z. Love that, because most of these people are zombies. You're absolutely correct, family. Let's let them continue.
Who offer nothing but bile and despair, who seek to undermine fundamental principles of conservatism by championing enervation and grievance. These people are frauds, and they are grifters, and they do not deserve your time. And they are something worse than that, a danger to the only movement capable of stopping the left from wrecking the country wholesale. So today, I want to discuss 5 obligations that people who speak to you on matters of importance have to you. I want to speak to you about our duties. Our first duty is truth. We owe you the truth. That means we should not mislead you. It means we shouldn't hide the ball. We shouldn't be deliberately obscure about what we're telling you. We have an obligation to clarity and to honesty.
So why are you guys out here lying about Charlie Kirk being a great person? Why are y'all lying about Charlie Kirk being in heaven, looking down on the TPUSA movement? Why are you guys lying about the statements Charlie Kirk made? Don't worry, I'll wait.
This means that we actually have to be clear in the language that we use. We should not traffic in generality. We should not say things like, they shot Charlie, without specifying whom we mean by they.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
They're out killing us, and we're in here squabbling and bitching and moaning, and I'm sick of it, and I've had enough.
This is at the same damn Amerifest.
I call it out to its face. I disavow it. I'm sick of it. They're out killing us, and we're in here squabbling and bitching and moaning, and I'm sick of it, and I've had enough.
That's very, very interesting that you would say that, because then he says this.
Hide the ball. We shouldn't be deliberately obscure about what we're telling you. We have an obligation to clarity and to honesty. This means that we actually have to be clear in the language that we use. We should not traffic in generality. We should not say things like, they shot Charlie, without specifying whom we mean by they. The person who allegedly...
But yet, That's exactly what you're doing. Not just in the same event, but on the same damn stage. Interesting, isn't it? Shout out to the ears that hear the truth. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my good sister. But yeah, y'all doing exactly what you're saying you shouldn't be doing, and it's been done already on the exact same podium that you stand at. So maybe he'll get in there and tell us who they are. Let's get into it deeper, shall we? Pause.
Shot Charlie Kirk, and whom all the evidence points at, all of it, is a gay, trans-loving furry. If we are going to target ideological movements, we should talk about the fact that the radical trans movement treats all those who oppose it as existential threats. Or if we're going to talk about the Democratic Party making room for the radical trans movement and echoing its inflammatory rhetoric, well, we should talk about that. Those are specific problems, and they require specific responses. When people say they shot Charlie, however, they are instead trafficking in vagary that results in increased hatred without proposing any effective response. They are fostering despair and rage, and that makes things worse.
And they're also omitting the fact that the they who shot Charlie was another Nabisco. They omit that information. They omit that information every single time they say things like this.
And I'm sick of it, and I've had enough. I've been bitching and moaning, and I'm sick of it, and I've had enough. They're out killing us, and we're in here squabbling and bitching and moaning, and I'm sick of it, and I've had enough. I call it out to its face. I disavow it. I'm sick of it. They're out killing us, and we're in here squabbling and bitching and moaning, and I'm sick of it, and I've had enough.
The there, out there part, the they in the there are you guys. People who look just like you. People who grew up just like you. You're intentionally being vague. In the very same way, you're intentionally being disingenuous. Let's continue.
We must also be honest about what people say and do, regardless of what that means coalitionally. It is the job of politicians to build coalitions. It's the job of those of us who try to shape public opinion to hold politicians to account and to hold them accountable to our values. We must not let fear of audience deter us from telling the truth. We must not let fear of other hosts deter us from telling the truth. So, for example, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk
Uh-oh, family. It seems like things are getting pretty damn thick in the water. Oh, I already know. I got a feeling I know what he's going to say.
Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
I feel like that's what he's going to say to Candace Owens. I haven't seen the entirety of this clip, but I'm going to kind of put my bottom dollar down on the fact that that's exactly what he's going to say.
Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
But let's get into it. But you know what happens. You know what gotta happen whenever we play somebody straight out the circus.
Send in the clowns.
So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name. Erica Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly in a time of mourning.
In a time of mourning, Ben, in a time of mourning, At what point in time is Erica Kirk mourning Charlie Kirk? Everything that we've seen thus far has shown that she has asserted herself into the spotlight that Charlie Kirk had. But yet, you're saying she's been mourning by doing all of these different interviews, by going and putting her face in front of everybody, making sure TPUSA knows that she is in charge. That's mourning? She hasn't taken any time to console her children, console her father and mother-in-law. You see Erica Kirk everywhere. She's damn. Thank you, Miss D. I was just about to say that. Shout out to you. When she was humping on JD Vance. Out here in leather pants like they in the goddamn Grease. You the one that I want? Do, 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 do. Ooh, 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 honey. Stroking her fingers through his hair. That's mourning? And I get it. Everybody grieve in their own way, but god dang it, there's a fine line between grieving and throwing that ass in the circle. Or that lack of thereof. Because, you know, Erica ain't got no ass anyway, but I'm just saying, she throwing that surfboard in the circle. She tossing JD catching. She tossing Trump catching. I want to know, at what point do you see grieving? Am I the wrong one for this? I could have swore that, thank you. Our sister Shang Si said, oh yeah, she was doing the Humpty dance with JD Vance. Exactly. Bars too. I didn't know you had bars, my sister. Dang. She was doing the Humpty dance with JD Vance. That spatula. Family. I don't know. And people might be mad at me for saying it, but god dang it, it makes no sense. I've seen grieving widows. I've never seen a grieving widow just go out there and just become the thought of a whole situation. This woman, Erica Kirk, has become the thought of Toilet Paper USA and the MAGA movement. And when I say the thought, that hoe out there is doing that hoe type shit. But let's let them continue.
And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice. The fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly.
I'm guessing he's talking about Megyn Kelly. But let's continue. What do you say? Telling Candace to stop, telling Can't Dance to stop dancing. Hey, shout out to Golden Brown on this. At least Jackie Kennedy cried on TV, on the TV interview. You're absolutely correct. People thought that she really, I don't want to say thought, people felt her tears, whether she meant them or not. Whether she meant them or not. Later on, people came to the conclusion that she really didn't mean those tears because she ended up marrying somebody that was against. Let me stop. Let me look it up yourself. Look it up for yourself. Why people stop believing in Jackie Kennedy. But you're absolutely correct. At least she did that. Charlie Kirk's girl ain't did none of that. Every tear that she never done looked fake as hell. Exactly. She made a billionaire. She married a billionaire. The same billionaire that was at odds with her husband. But look that up for yourself. A B1 salute and shalom to our good sister Tampa Bay in the building. Tampa Bay Ray. Okay. She did threw the Ray on there. Okay. Shout out to our sister Tampa Bay Ray. Much love to you. Let's let it happen.
Second, because we owe you the truth, we owe you the duty to speak out of principle, not personal feeling. It should not matter whether we despise someone or whether we love someone. The question is what they say and what they do, and whether those things are morally decent or not. On a political level, do they foster freedom, justice, and prosperity? On a personal level, do they treat others as they would wish to be treated? Personal feeling is not a substitute for moral judgment. To take again the Candace Owens situation as an example, friendship with public figures who say or do evil things is not an excuse for silence on the matter. Politics is not the sisterhood of the traveling pants. Politics is about principle, and if you are willing to sacrifice basic truth and simple principle in favor of emotional solidarity, you have betrayed your fundamental duty to the American people. First off, I should break the omerta here and just be a little bit clear. The notion that people in our industry are close friends, like we all take holiday breaks with each other and go to each other's kids' graduations and stuff, is generally untrue. Some people do that, most of us don't. We see each other at conferences and we talk on the phone and all the rest. We're business colleagues. But even if it were true that other public figures were our best friends, our very best friends, that does not relieve us of our duty to speak out of principle and not to cover up evil or shy away from addressing it out of friendship.
Nah, you know what y'all do though? You have like conferences like the TPUSA where you all are having all these orgies and stuff like that. So, you know, some people have things on other people and other people have things on other people. And some of those people are politicians and other people are lawmakers. And at the end of the day, you know, the same thing that Jeffrey Epstein was doing, you guys do to each other all the damn time. And that's how you move yourself up the ladder. You're not going to tell people that, Ben? You should voice that, Vin. Look, I called him Vin. I put Ben Shapiro with with Van and just threw that up in there, Vin. Because y'all all make money the same way. You're all paid by the same people. But let's let them continue.
So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. Or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally.
Oh, snap. Ben out here naming names. Ben said he ain't got no reservation about naming names. Damn, Ben.
We can't keep doing this shit, man.
Ben is out here saying he is down for the get down. And he said that I'm going to call out everybody who's supporting Can't Dance.
The same holds true of Megyn Kelly, a person I consider a friend, characterizing Candace as a young mother and thus shying away from condemning her actions or fibbing about them. That is a non-starter. Meghan Markle is a young mother. Ilhan Omar is a young mother. That doesn't matter. And when Megyn said this week, quote, my goal and my job here is to try to understand, yes, where Candace is coming from on this, and says she sees no purpose in inserting herself, quote, into this on one side, that is a moral and logical absurdity. There is only one moral side here, Erica Kirk's side.
Ben, I'm going to go ahead and refer to your nemesis on this one.
Sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch!
There's only one side, and that's Erica's side. You sound stupid as hell. Because the righteous people would never side with the demonized group of people. And just because she pretends to cry don't mean that she has real empathy. Just because she pretends to be a Christian don't mean that she's of the Most High. Just because she pretends doesn't mean that everybody got to pretend with her or with you. But continue.
You know, the side of the widow with 2 children, whose husband was shot live on camera in front of all of us. Friendship with the person.
Oh, wasn't y'all one of the ones that's talking about she was there? He was shot on camera in front of his wife and in front of his kids. Wasn't that y'all? Now that she done already stated that wasn't true, now y'all just making it seem like, oh, who was shot in front of his wife and children on camera? Let's continue.
Accusing TPUSA of a cover-up of Charlie's murder is no excuse for cowardice. Third, and relatedly, we have a duty to take responsibility for what we say and do. If we hire awful people, we're responsible for that. I have some experience there, as you might suspect. That means that if we offer a guest for your viewing, we owe it to you to ask the kinds of questions that actually get at the truth. If we agree with the guest, that's fine, but we should own it. So, for example, if you host a Hitler apologist, Nazi-loving, anti-American piece of refuse like Nick Fuentes, you know, the Nick Fuentes who said that the Vice President of the United States is a, quote, fat gay race traitor married to a cheat. The person who said that Charlie Kirk was a, quote, retarded idiot. The person who said, and pardon my language here, it's his quote, that he, quote, took Turning Point USA and fucked it, and that's why it's filled with groypers. If you have that person on your show and you proceed to glaze him, you ought to own it.
All right, family, if you want to see the rest of that, I suggest you go and look it up. I'm not going to play the rest of it because we have a lot to go here, but I did want to play that clip there because it's an all-in, all-out, infighting, brawl out. We thought we was brawling out on the last broadcast. Now they're brawling out right here and right now. So, you know, Kansas has something to say. Let's go here, shall we?
I am done with it. This one is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. And I say that on behalf of the world. I know you're going to get truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. Effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you is so fully off of the mother effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. Effing plantation. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. And I say that on behalf of the world.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I agree with that. I do. All the way down to the midget horse that he rode in on. I agree with that. Don't mean I agree with Candace. Let's let it continue.
I know you're going to get applauded by Konstantin Kisin and Andrew Christ is King Clavin and all of the people, the men who have to keep applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good. But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious. You have absolutely no values that exist outside of the Talmud. You describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn what is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just hate me, he hates you too, white men. He hates all black people, okay? If he's following the rules of the Talmud, I mean, when I say hates, they think that we're animals.
Now, I will say this. And a B1 and a shout out, salute, shalom to our good brother Wallow J is in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. I will say this, as somebody who studied not just the Torah, but the Talmud as well, she's not lying about the Talmud. The Talmud is a anti-black, bigoted book that was created by the rabbis and not, and I repeat, and not by the Most High's hand, or what people would call the Dead Sea Scrolls, the book, the Bible. The Torah is not the same thing as the Talmud. The Torah is technically all the Dead Sea Scrolls put together. The Talmud is a bunch of people who are Ashkenazi who are not a part of that community for real, including inside of their encyclopedia. When you look up Khazaric, yeah, you'll see that's not them. But the Talmud is written by the Khazaric. Not the same thing as the Torah or the Torah. Just want to make sure that that's known, because I'm going to be disagreeing with Kansas in a little bit. Let's continue.
That they have a right to own us, that they have a right to make us worship them, that they have a right to lie to us, that they have a right to sue us and take everything that we have, that they have a right to deceive us, that they have a right to treat Charlie the way that he treated Charlie while he was alive, only to then try to defraud the population into thinking that he is somehow a part of his legacy, that he somehow cared about Charlie Kirk and cares to protect the people that are working at Turning Point USA. Goodbye, Ben. Goodbye. Question is, how much more money is Ben Shapiro going to spend to make people think that he's popular? How many more articles is his father going to write under a pen name, Hank Berrien of the Daily Wire, under the pen name Hank Berrien, as he wrote while Ben was at Breitbart, before he turned his back and betrayed them too, because that is his nature. One of these belly creatures, sliver on. Question is, how many more weeks and years do we have to keep pretending like Ben Shapiro is relevant?
Now, family, this is where it goes a little bit deeper. When I said she's trying to pull us in order to be the backing that she really needs. Because let's be honest, right now, her audience is split. They're split in between her and everybody who's against her. They're split between her and all the folks who are promoting the anti-Black Jewish narrative, and she's promoting the anti-Black Christian narrative. Do you see what's happening here? So you have a group of people who don't like Jews who's actually rocking with her. Then you have a group of people who think that's asinine, who's not rocking with her. They're rocking with your Ben Shapiro's. They're rocking with your goddamn Megyn Kelly's and things like that. And the only people who haven't broken their silence is who? Foundational Black Americans. And because we haven't broken our silence, we haven't picked a side. She tries to say something in order to make you pick a side if you're ignorant enough to pick a side. Let's go here, family. Let's continue.
Open-ended question. Of course, what followed Ben Shapiro on stage is somebody who Charlie Kirk loved very much, and who he fought for to the very end against the Jewish donors who were pressuring him, some of them because Ben Shapiro insisted that they do. That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am, and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because you're...
So now she's trying to tell us what our true history is, as if we don't know our true history already. And guess what she's going to say our true history is? Something that benefits her, that benefits those Magites who keeps coming to us talking about, well, what about the Jews? What about the Jews? And we ask, what about them? Why? Not because of the fact that they wasn't involved, but because of the fact that you all were involved. You all are involved. You all fight to keep the system of white supremacy as the dominant system. You all participated in not just enslaving foundational Black Americans, but you all participated in making sure that there were policies in place to make sure that foundational Black Americans were never seen as the Americans that they were supposed to be. But let's get into it.
Challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men. Okay, wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another, Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that wasn't exactly a white men sport, okay?
Then why couldn't white men be enslaved according to the courts and the Constitution at the time? Why couldn't you enslave white people, whether Jewish, Anglo-Saxon, or anything else in the manner, if you were a black person? Why was slavery not just okayed, but promoted by the Catholic Church, the Vatican? You can't just say slavery wasn't a white man's sport, but all these people fought to get or become white. If you haven't seen the broadcast that I did on this very channel, and I believe the video is called The Anti-Black Nature of Jewish Americans, or something like that. I'm gonna look into it to get the exact title, just so y'all know. But when you look at that, not only I put together, this clip of Devin Noir, who is a Jewish scholar, a Jewish historian, that broke down all of these situations. In that same broadcast, I brought up documentation from the Jewish Museum that explains that Jewish people not only own slaves, but they own slaves at the same rate as the average white American here in America. So when you say that slavery wasn't really a white sport, being white or getting the classification of white is a sport in itself. The Jewish did it, the Irish did it, the Italians did it, the Latinos did it. Let's be very clear about that. So yes, it was a white man's sport because it was a white supremacist sport. Can't dance. And that's just her way of saying, hey, foundational Black Americans, hey, Negroes, why don't you come and back me? Because, even though you don't agree with all that I've said over the years, all the denigration that I've done to the community over the years, you need to stand with us because, there was the mean old Jews that really was controlling the slave trade and not white Americans. You see, what you're saying would only work if people didn't know the history of this country and didn't know our history as Black Americans here in this country. Not just that, but I gotta go here. Why would I believe anything you had to say when this was you just a few years ago?
So when you say something like, oh, Candace Owens, we don't want you in our culture. You don't understand Black culture. I have to keep reminding you that I don't want to be a part of this culture. I want to go backward. So when you say something like, oh, Candace Owens, we don't want you in our culture. You don't understand Black culture. I have to keep reminding you that I don't want to be a part of this culture. I want to go backward.
No. Let's stay on that. Because you don't want to be a part of this culture. You want to go backward, but you want to go backward to what? Can't dance. See, the things that you want to go backward to would be a hindrance to foundational Black Americans. That's just the facts. So once again, when the question is asked, when the question is being posed, hey, can someone be less American? Candace has shown herself several times over how she's at least less Black American. And not just can't dance. You can go and talk about Westmore. You can talk about Obama. You can talk about all these tethers who try to convince foundational Black Americans that what we're speaking about is irate and it's just ludicrous. But then when you see the actions in which they participate in this country, they're acting way less than American, at least when it comes down to who's the most American. Let's be very clear on that. But let me give a B1 salute to our good brother, Kid Gravity Beyond in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here. As well as our sister, Rosemary Gabbard in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, my good sister. Thank you for, thank you for being here. We can take another drink of my water real quick in 1 second. And like I said, I want to pull up, give me 1 second, because I want to pull up this damn video real quick and I want to give you the right name. But let's do this first. While we're doing that, let's go over here because Can't Dance ain't the only one that has something to say about Ben Shapiro. You got Steve Bannon on the same stage, the very same stage. When I say it was infighting, is a large amount of infighting on the same stage. Let me pull this down. Right after Ben hitting us with this one, or hitting them with this one.
Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. Shapiro is like a cancer. Shapiro is like a cancer. Shapiro is like a cancer, and that 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 cancer spreads. It's a cancer and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz, who was his mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk. Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. It's a cancer and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz, who was his mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
The family, they're all in the same damn building. You think they think they can run a country? They can't even run one building. There's all kind of nonsense going on over there. All kind of nonsense. Which leads us to this nonsense here. Gotta go here, family. Before we do, a B1 salute and shalom to our good sister, Cultural Superpower in the building. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation, your super sticker. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. Let's get into it. Hey, Wallow said he got the popcorn. Okay, you got the popcorn. Our sister Bad says she got the popcorn. All right. Who else got their popcorns ready? Who else is ready to get into this deeply? Before we do that, let me go here. This is what I was trying to show you, family. So, the name of the video clip is actually called A History of Anti-Black Racism in the Jewish Community and Weaponizing the Term Anti-Semitic. If you have not watched that video that I did, this video is maybe about 2 years old, I think. Let me see. 3 years old. 3 years old. There are segments in here that you will want to see because I done broke down a lot of things about the Jewish community and their anti-blackness. But I also broke down the transatlantic slave trade and the Jewish involvement. I also broke down and utilized Devin Nuor, who is the Jewish historian who basically breaks down the Leo Frank case. And one thing that he is speaking about is the fact that they were sitting there, and in the Leo Frank case, you can look this up, they did do this. They basically said that, God dang it, accepting a Negro's testimony over theirs is against basically the white code or their ability of whiteness. Because Jewish folks fought to be white in this country, just like every other nationality with pale human, pale pigmentation. So the Irish, the goddamn Germans, the goddamn Italians, they all fought for the same thing in the very same way that Lulac was talking about how they didn't want to unite with us. They let the Negro fight his own battles because all of these people fought to be considered white. So when Candace is talking about it's not really a Jewish sport, you are lying, your nickname is shit. I'm going to say that one more time. You're a lie and your nickname is shit, because there are several documentations that shows that not only did the Jewish community fight to be considered white in America, but then they turned around and fought to be considered a minority at the same time. Just wanted to make sure I put that out there. But let's get over here to Vivek Ramen Noodle Numbnuts. Let's go here, family.
USA, 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 USA. I love you, man. It's good to be here. Io. Where my Ohioans in the house. I love you.
Now, family, I want y'all to take into account. Vivek was let in. Nicki Minaj was let in. Who wasn't let in? Who? I digress. Let's get back into it.
So Charlie Kirk said this. We traveled the country last year. He said the answer to lies is not censorship. It is truth spoken with courage. You guys ready for some truth tonight? Let's talk truth. I'll tell you about a private conversation that Charlie and I had about a year ago. It was in October of 2024 in the lead up to the presidential election. We had a doubleheader that night. We started at Georgia State with one of the Prove Me Wrong events, and then we had a turning point event at UNC, and we traveled and we flew together. And we had one of our deepest conversations. It was about faith. It was about theology. We went broad, and Charlie's such a curious guy. But the thing I asked him is, how do you define faith, Charlie? And he didn't miss a beat. He's really good at this. He said that faith is about believing something that you cannot see. So we've fallen subject to this culture of...
So basically, Charlie had faith in the lies that he produced to the world. He had faith that black people commit more crimes, even though the world couldn't see that. He had faith that white people are being oppressed, even though the world couldn't see that. He had faith that he was doing the good thing, even though the world could not see that. A B1 salute to our good sister Mia Kim in the building. Much love to you, my good sister, and thank you for being here. Shout out to Wallow J. He says, so Vivek is detailing his love encounter with Charlie. Damn. Hey, hey, look, what do they have? They have those flashbacks, right? They have those flashbacks of the time when they were once loved. Or when they once loved somebody. Let's continue.
Empiricism and rationalism, that in this moment in America, we say, I have to believe it to see it. But sometimes you have to believe it to see it. Right? I have to see it to believe it's usual culture. Charlie said, no. Having faith means I actually have to believe it to see it.
So basically, if you say something enough, people will end up believing it. As much as you lie, as long as you continue to lie over and over and over again, people will be able to pick up that lie and say, oh yeah, no, it can't be a lie because we just heard it from this person, from that person, from this person over there, but they're all spreading the same damn lie. That's what this is. That's what he's describing. As long as you lie, the lie will eventually become the truth. That's how they look at these things. And that's why they continuously push that nonsensical propaganda about Charlie being a good guy, him being the next Martin Luther King. They're pushing that nonsense so that it's not for us, but the next generation will accept that as the lie, but it'll be the truth for them. And shout out to our sister Aquarius Minded. They will never accept you, Vivek. Never in life. Ever in life. God dang it. You got told to your face that you would never. God dang it. You was told to your face that they would never vote for you because you're brown. Because you're an Indian. Do I got to go pull up your girl's clip? They don't like you. In the very same way, they don't like Amru Fudel. But let's continue. Yeah. She told him off, and she did it with a smile on her face. And he didn't say nothing. He didn't tell her, hey, that's racist. You're being a racist. No. He just continued to smile and let Anne do what she was doing. I see now why Indian women run to white men for comfort. Hey, you ain't lying. You are not lying. He rides the green bus. He's about to figure something else out too. That bus, it stops at every stop. And with every Nabisco that they pick up, he's getting pushed out that bus, out the back door. He's not even going to the front door to get pushed out. He's being pushed out the back door consistently. But let's let him continue because he's about. I want to get to this part that I got to slap him down with the goddamn bamboo stick. Shout out to our good brother, Eric Johnson, for loaning me the bamboo stick to swing tonight. Let's continue. Pause all the way around that. Let's go.
We're going to talk about faith tonight. Not so much faith in God or in religion, but faith in our country, a civic faith, a faith in the United States of America. And to understand in reviving our faith in America, we have to understand who we really are as Americans. That is a question of our time. What does it mean to be an American in the year 2026? There are three competing visions right now in the country, and it's worth seeing them for what they are. The first two are wrong, and in my view, the third one is unambiguously correct. The first of those visions comes from the woke left. The woke left says your identity is based on your race, your gender, your sexuality, your genetics. That if you're black, you're a woman, or you're a sexual minority, you're somehow oppressed. If you're a white male who's straight, you're privileged. And by the way, that your race and your gender and your sexuality determine who you are and what you can believe in life. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley of the Squad famously said, we don't want any more black faces that don't want to be a black voice. We don't want any more brown faces that don't want to be a brown voice. Think about that. Your race and your gender define who you are. Ibram Kendi famously said, the remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination. And if you
Hold on, family. My bad. Now, it's amazing to me that this man is speaking about racial politics as if white folks don't go around here practicing racial politics. And not even just racial politics. Let's be very honest about this. Whenever something happens, let's say in even the movie spectrum, in the video game spectrum, let's say someone gets race swapped or something like that, you have these goddamn incels crying all over the internet. All over the internet when it's just a movie, when it's just a video game. But yet Vivek want to act as if, well, the left play racial politics to this, that, and the third. That's all you guys do. The left and the right. You both play racial politics. You both use race to push a narrative that you want pushed. But he's about to get a little bit saltier, to be honest with you. And this is what we're here for. Let's go.
Disagree with that view. For the last 4 or 5 years in this country, they labeled you a racist, a bigot, a homophobe, a transphobe, which created a new culture of fear in our country that spread like an epidemic, a fear that replaced our culture of free speech in the United States of America. And that was un-American. And we defeated that woke left at the ballot box last year when we sent Donald Trump back to the White House in November of 2024, thanks to the efforts of Charlie Kirk, perhaps more than anybody else in this country. So that's the woke left's vision, and they get it wrong. Now, when I left my career as a biotech CEO and I was talking to people in Silicon Valley and Wall Street about this, that took courage. I'm going to admit it doesn't take that much courage for me to come here and tell you all about criticizing the woke left. Now let me get to the harder part. There's a different vision of American identity that's emergent in certain corridors of the online right. And it says that your identity as an American is based on your lineage. That how long you have been in the country, your lineage.
Now, family, notice what he's doing here. Now, we all know that Heritage American is what these Nabiscos came up with in order to try to hijack what we've created, which is foundational Black American, which ties our lineage to the foundation of the country. And so these Nabiscos are now running around here trying to use Heritage American, and nobody fits that damn mold because your heritage isn't here in America. All of these people immigrated to America, to a country that was already built, to a country that was already excluding foundational Black Americans from the mold. You're not of this heritage here in America. So to even say Heritage American, that's a non sequitur. That's dumb. But Vivek Ramen Noodle, he's using that in order to let these Nabiscos know how dumb it is. Oh yeah. See, this is Vivek slapping the Nabiscos in the face. Hardcore in the face. Let's let him continue.
Right. And it says that your identity as an American is based on your lineage. That how long you have been in the country, your lineage and your genetics tied to the blood and soil of the country determines how American you are. It is the idea of a heritage American that says the truest form of an American is somebody who is a descendant of the American Revolution period or before. And I will tell you, this idea of the heritage American, we ought to have this discussion. It's becoming more popular. I think the idea of a heritage American is about as loony as anything the woke left has actually put up. There is
Damn! Vivek just called you Magites who are claiming Heritage America a bunch of liberals. He called you a bunch of Looney Tunes and a bunch of liberals, and if it was up to me, I wouldn't stand for that. I just wouldn't stand for it. This man got here yesterday, and he's sitting there saying, hey, as long as you've been here, that doesn't matter. You're not more American than me. Now, he tried that once before with foundational Black Americans, and we're going to get there. However, we got to concentrate on the Nabiscos. Hey, Nabiscos, Vivek is actually calling y'all out. What are you going to do about it? The man who just got here yesterday is saying that, hey, you're no more American than I am, and I got here yesterday. This is what happens when you give the rabbit the gun. Bugs Bunny goes off on Elmer Fudd. Y'all ain't never seen the cartoons? Oh, I guess this is a learning experience for y'all. Shout out to our good sister FBA Queen in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you as always, and all your contributions as well. Let's let them continue.
No American who is more American than somebody else. The American quality, it's not like the left, they believe in this non-binary of the American Revolution period or before. And I will tell you, this idea of the heritage American, we ought to have this discussion. It's becoming more popular. I think the idea of a heritage American is about as loony as anything the woke left has actually put up. There is no American who is more American than somebody else. The American quality, it's not like the left, they believe in this non-binary stuff. There's no non-binary American. It is binary. Either you're an American or you're not. And you think about it, I can prove this to you. Thank you. I'll take some applause on that. If you really believe in this idea, think about where it leads you. It leads you to believe that Donald Trump is less of an American than Joe Biden because Donald Trump's mother was an immigrant and his grandfather was an immigrant. That doesn't make any sense.
No, that analogy doesn't make any sense because Joe Biden as well comes from an immigrant background. So at that point, it's immigrant versus immigrant, but go ahead.
Leads you to believe that somehow Bernie Sanders is more of an American than Senator Bernie Moreno from my home state, an America First patriot. Because
another couple of people who immigrated here. It makes no sense that this man don't know this. But go ahead.
Bernie Moreno was a naturalized citizen from Colombia. It makes you think that Marco Rubio, our great Secretary of State, is somehow less of an American than Elizabeth Warren because she's a Native American, which we all know, right? Doesn't make any sense.
Now that one was a good zinger. I'm not going to lie. Elizabeth Warren pretending to be a Native American. That was a good zinger. That will last for the test of time. I am not going to lie to you. As long as you bring up her non-affiliation to Native Americans in the speech, you'll get some sort of applause for that. And that's on, just because it's Magite side, of course you would. But let's continue.
It's loony. It's crazy talk. It makes you believe that somehow I am less of an American than the transgender criminal who assassinated Charlie Kirk. We refuse to accept that.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Vivek, you kind of are. You kind of are. And that's why Ann Coulter made sure to tell you to your face that she would never vote for you. That's why when you get around people from Turning Point USA on the ground, not people in the audience, people on the ground, they basically spit in your face and tell you you're not one of them. If you don't think somebody can be less American than another person, then why don't you ask your homeboy? 1 second, hold on. Let's go here for a second. Let's go here. Amru Fudel, who was at the same event, who couldn't get in because they banned Muslims. Let's go.
Getting rejected at MFed. So Amaru is not, yeah, so what's happening, David?
Turning Point did a smart thing. They're not allowing Muslims into their conference.
So he's not being allowed.
Family, they're laughing at him. They're laughing at him. Amru Fudel, who wants to run around acting like he's so against black folk. He's so anti-black. But when the shoe hits the fan, your ass is on the outs too. How you gonna hate from outside of the club? You can't even get in. Look at you now. You're on the outside. Brother William, he said Lex Luthor's younger brother. Hey, that fits him. That fits him to the mold. That does fit him to the T, right? Especially the Smallsville version of Lex Luthor. Shout out to our brother William Aaron. Yeah, tell us why this is happening if no one is less American than another American.
Getting rejected at AmFed. So Amaru is not. Yeah. So what's happening, Dave?
They're not even calling him by Myron. They're calling him Amaru. Yeah, so you know, Amaru. Let's continue. Excuse me.
Amaru is not. Yeah. So what's happening, David?
Turning Point did a smart thing. They're not allowing Muslims into their conference.
So he's not being allowed in. Security is he's calling nobody because no one's gonna help him get in. So I don't know who he thinks he's calling, but yeah, we got 1 security, 2, 3, and the event security. And he's calling. I think he's calling like Andrew Tate to help him get in or something. Nope, not gonna happen, bud.
So is Amaru Fudel not being showcased as less of an American than everybody else in that Turning Point USA event? I'm just asking a very simple question. Because to me, if you can't get into a simple event because you're a Muslim, then that shows that you're not really comparable to the other Americans that's inside of that goddamn event. Or you're just stupid for wanting to be there at that event. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can go either or. It could be the latter or the other way. I'm gonna be honest with you. Both ways fit. Y'all starting already. Amaru can't even get into the bathroom. Cold beans. Miss D said this is good. Absolutely. Tight arse pants. Hey, he is out here acting like he's about to start doing the juke or something. I see it. I see it. No, shout out. Shout out. Are you asking for a friend? Absolutely. We got to ask for a friend. We got to ask for a friend. Let's let it continue.
Yeah, he's like, I'm right here at the corner. Just come get me. But he has no chance.
Oh, family, he hit him with a goddamn Vince McMahon song. He said he's sitting there trying to call somebody out, but he got no chance. No chance in hell. Does he seem like the same as an American citizen who's able to go wherever they want to go? I mean, no, it seems like he's being kept out. It seems like he's not so much American, right? So the question of, can somebody be less American? Hey, Vivek, let me ask you this. You could be denationalized. Someone with birthright citizenship cannot. So can somebody be less American? Let me ask you that again. Let me reiterate that for you, Vivek. Mr. Ramen Noodle, If you can be denationalized and I cannot, does that make you less American than me? One can deduce. Absolutely. You had to pledge allegiance. I did not. Does that mean you're less American than me? One could deduce. Pretty much so. Right now, shout out to 400 PV in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Right now, you can be denationalized for having dual citizenship. I don't want to say dual citizenship. Let me rephrase that. Excuse me. For having dual allegiances. I can't. Why? Because I'm American through and through. My bloodline stems back to this country. It's woven in the fabric of this country. But you, sir, you could be deported tomorrow. All they got to do is denationalize you for having dual allegiances. So, Ramen, you're talking about nobody could be more American than the less. Nobody could be less American than another American, but yet there are certain situations that don't apply to 14th Amendment born Americans. Americans who are born citizens in this country, right? And this is why you have your Andrew Fudels being treated the way he's treated. This is the reason why you're being treated the way you're treated every time you go to your little MAGA events and things like that. And they're treating you like you beneath them, because the fact of the matter is they don't like you, Vivek. Not only do they not like you, they didn't like what the hell you had to say. Let's go here.
Y'all thought Jake Paul got violated? That's nothing. VVAC is out here clearing stadiums.
In the country, your lineage and your genetics tied to the blood and soil of the country determines how American you are. It is the idea of a heritage American. This is the truest form of an American. It's somebody who is a descendant of the American Revolution period or before. And I will tell you, this idea of the heritage American, we ought to have this discussion. It's becoming more popular. I think the idea of a heritage America is about as loony as anything the woke left has actually put up. There is no American who is more American than somebody else.
VVAC went into the stadium and told all those white men that their lineage absolutely means nothing. 1776, white people fighting for white independence. Black people was also in that war, but he was specifically talking to y'all. That means nothing. I'm your new 1776. Throw the baby and the bathwater out. I'm just as American as you, if not more American than you. Your ancestors being deleted on this soil means nothing. He went in that stadium filled with white men and cleared their entire lineage. Damn. I thought Jay Paul was violated. Turning Point USA got the worst violation of the century because they was clapping. They was clapping. Is it turning soft or is it just turning slow?
Family, that was a very good question. Is Turning Point USA turning soft, or are they turning slow? Because he damn sure walked into their house and basically spit in their face. And basically spit in their face. And people applauded it. And people applauded it. But here's the thing. Y'all can't get mad now. Oh no, y'all gave him the platform to do so. And when you give someone the platform to do so, when you give the rabbit the gun, you can't be surprised at who he shoots at. Remember, just almost a year ago, this is Vivek. Y'all didn't have a problem with Vivek saying this.
Our message to Black Americans tonight is this. We want you, what we want for every American. Safe neighborhoods, good jobs, clean streets. A country where you are judged based on the content of your character, not the color of your skin or your political beliefs. That's the America we know. Our message to gay Americans tonight is this. You're free to marry who you want, if you want, without the government standing in your way. But that doesn't mean that boys get to compete with girls in girls' sports, or you do genital mutilation and chemical castration on our children. Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this. You're like my parents. But our message to every illegal immigrant, if you came legally, you get the same American dream that everybody else does. Work hard, get ahead, make contributions to this country, love the nation, and that's our message to legal immigrants. But our message to every illegal immigrant is also this. We will return you to your country of origin. Not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law, and the United States of America is founded on the rule of law. Our message to my generation, the millennials, is this. You were sold a false bill of goods. You were told you become a gender studies major in California. Somehow that gets you a head start on the American dream when it hasn't worked out that way. Dead on your shoulders. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Yes, it's true you were lied to. But we can't just be cynical about our country because this is still the last best hope that we have in the free world. And our message to Gen Z is this. You're going to be the generation that saves the country. You want to be a rebel? 18 years old, stand up on your college campus and call yourself a conservative. Be proud of it. Say you want to get married, have kids, raise a family, and have a good job. That's how we win in America. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We are still on our way up. We're still that country where we will look our children in the eye and mean it when we tell them, you get ahead in the United States with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what we are running to. And that is what we get when we send Donald Trump back to the White House this November. Thank you. God bless you and the great state of New York. And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you. God bless. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so MAGA didn't have a problem with that whatsoever. So you shouldn't have a problem with him telling you that you're asinine and you're idiots. It's idiotic for you to even be claiming heritage American. Oh no, if it's good for the gander, it's good for the goose, the geese. Or is it good for the geese, good for the gander? Whatever. If it's good for us, then it's double time good for you. You can be upset. But the truth of the matter is, the only people that can call out what he said is foundational Black Americans. Let's go here.
Vivek said Black American is not an ethnicity because anyone could be an American.
I think the idea of a heritage American is about as loony as anything the woke left has actually put up. There is no American who is more American than somebody else. The American quality is not the left, they believe in this non-binary stuff. There's no non-binary American. It is binary. Either you're an American or you're not.
I need y'all to help me understand something. So Vivek, born to immigrant parents from India, this region right here, but he's just as much of an American as I am. Hold on. He is an American citizen. I'm no more of an American citizen than he is. That's correct. But where do we draw the line in terms of bloodline? This idea that no one can be a real American doesn't come from a good place, especially as it pertains to Black Americans. There's always been this push to make the Black American ethnic group a stateless population. Black Americans stopped this whole idea of we don't belong here and that we're a stateless population with white folk when we got the 14th Amendment signed. To see people like Vivek bring up this idea that we're stateless, a situation that we already squashed over 100 years ago, is a little shocking. So to be clear, by definition, a person who is not considered as a national by any state under the operation of its laws. So Black Americans were technically once stateless because they weren't deemed as actual American citizens. So today, when
No. Caveat. It wasn't that we wasn't considered citizens because you had multitudes of free Blacks that could vote. And you couldn't vote if you wasn't a citizen. So that's incorrect. It was used to circumvent at one point in time, the 14th Amendment was used to circumvent the belief that no white man had to respect the rights of a Black man. That's what the Dred Scott decision said. No Black man has rights that a white man is bound to respect. So it has nothing to do with whether or not we were considered citizens. We were already considered citizens because we were able to vote. We were running for office. You can't deny that. There's history behind that. But I'll let you continue.
Someone asks a Black American, where are you from? And the Black American says, I'm from here. My people have always been here. And you look at them like, nobody's from America. You are trying to infer that Black Americans are stateless. If I talk about going back home, I'm talking about going to the city, another city, or going down the street, or going to another state. When you talk about going back home to visit grandma, you're talking about going to an entirely different country across the ocean. That is not the same thing. I have over 100,000 cousins in the United States. In every state, you have about 20 or maybe 100. That is not the same. Stop it.
Shout out to our good sister FBA Queen for this comment. Ramen noodle looking mighty Somali. Yeah, with the way that he's acting, ain't it? He's looking mighty Somalian with the Beavis / light bulb head. Now he is talking grimy to his paid masters. He's going to be tossed out soon by his male masters. And I 100% am waiting on that moment. I will be laughing. I'll be smiling from ear to ear. Let me find out that they're denationalizing Vivek. I'll smile just as hard as if they did denationalize Ilhan Omar. You denationalize those two people, and I will be smiling for 2 weeks straight. I'll give you 7 days apiece. 100% fold. Shout out to you, my sister, for that. Great damn point. But family, as people are making these statements, while these folks are out there trying to be the moral compass all of a sudden of the country, you got other Nabiscos who are running around here saying, hey, what you guys are doing, you're not fooling anybody. All of you guys are paid by the same people. Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, Mr. Neck Twerk, Ben Shapiro, Vivek, all of you guys, you drink from the same fountain of the white supremacist pay structure. Let's go here, family.
So let me get this straight. You think Candace Owens is a reliable source of news and truth? What people are actually looking at is controlled opposition. Candace Owens, Erica Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes.
When she said control opposition, remember what our family said? Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. And yes, I know he's not a doctor, but y'all know that I call him doctor because of all of his dissertations that he put into his books. Basically, everything that he said has been proven correct. So, goddamn it, he's Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. in my eyes. I'm gonna say that again. He's Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. in my eyes. But she's saying the exact same thing that Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. was saying. Let me run it back. White supremacy likes to take both sides of the conversation, all sides of the conversation, to be more specific. But let's continue.
So let me get this straight. You think Candace Owens is a reliable source of news and truth? What people are actually looking at is controlled opposition. Candace Owens.
I'm sorry, family. Is she drinking just a regular glass of milk? Is that what's happening here? You're literally recording this. You're having a conversation with a glass of milk in your hand. My apologies, family. I don't drink milk. I haven't drunk milk since I was younger. So whenever I just see somebody who's standing with a glass of milk, it just seems weird as hell to me. Weird as hell, especially knowing what we know about milk now. Especially how you got to shock it to get the pus out of it and all this other stuff. I apologize. I just digress. I just go off into some stuff like, wait a second, you're just sitting here talking to us with a whole glass of milk in your hand? That's weird as hell, but okay, go off.
Erica Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. The whole
Maybe I need to run this back. It's really getting to me that she's just talking the way that she's talking, and in every camera shift, she's like holding the milk closer. Shout out to our brother William. He said, I thought milk does a body good. So what happened to her? And you know what? You asking those questions, sir. You are asking those questions. I'm just asking for a friend questions. Shout out to you, my brother. Let's continue. Our sister said, milk, yes, and that hair don't. Let's go.
Proof? What people are actually looking at is controlled opposition. Candace Owens, Erica Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes. The whole alternative lane. People started catching on that mainstream media is fake and staged. So what happened next? They didn't stop the show, they launched new channels. Same system, different set. They pick the faces, they pick the roles, they give people opposition that feels rebellious but stays inside the lines. And it works because it keeps people trapped in false hope, hero worship, and endless distractions. They even package it in religion and morality because that lowers people's guards. People start trusting the messenger instead of seeing the symbolism. The villains and heroes that people are clinging on to are on the same payroll. The theater is very convincing, but once you stop feeding it your attention and energy, you stop being controllable. And that is what they fear. But I don't know. I'm just a conspiracy theorist. Let me know what you think.
The fact that you got a big, and shout out to our sister Bad, a big old mason jar of milk, I don't know what to think. I'm already just, at the end of I'm disgusted. I was disgusted before we got to this clip, but you just disgusted me more. And shout out to our brother KG, because in the background, you see her Explore Talent, the Candace Owens Explore Talent page back there, acting/modeling. And KG has a saying that he says all the time, they don't want to save the country, they just want to be celebrities. And Candace Owens have found her pathway to celebrityism because modeling was not going to be that pathway. Especially when you see her without the makeup. Yeah, you're going to push Candace Owens to the side. What's your name, ma'am? My name is Candace. Oh, can't dance. Okay, can't dance. Yeah, we're going to put you in the back of the photo, and don't worry, there's not going to be a lot of light shining down on you, but that's because we don't want to make you sweat. We want to keep you refreshed. So we're not going to shine the light on you, and then we also would ask if you wouldn't mind ducking down a little bit into the shadow so that the shadow can help your natural facial structure look the way that we're looking to have you. Yeah. Can't dance. She would have never made it as a model. Shout out to American. Thank you for being here. Is eggnog? Yeah, she's an eggnog. I'll tell you that much. Wallow said, just tell her to leave. Just tell her to go. We're done here. This is over with. We're done here. But family, everybody in TPUSA, they're just showing who the hell they really are. They're really showing what the hell this is really about. Everybody who spoke at this America Fest, they're just showing basically what their whole little agenda is well, it's supposed to be. It's to try to make everybody out to be the same kind of people. America, Americans. Negating the fact that America was built by the only real American. Before there was a Statue of Liberty, that said, give me your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free and all this other stuff. You had your Statue of Liberty that was celebrating the ending of slavery because of the fact that the slaves in this country built this country from the ground the fuck up. Yes, I said fuck. Sometimes you got to put that extra FUQ on some things. We are not the same, and you can't make us the same. In the very same way, the heritage Americans, quote unquote, can't make us the same as them, and they can't be the same as us because they had to come through Ellis Island. We built this country from the ground up. When it wasn't us building this country, they were out here cannibalizing themselves. Shout out Jacksonville. Because they couldn't build nothing. Shout out to our good brother Wallow J. He said, hey, church, did you see that they had the tent where Charlie Kirk was assassinated set up there? I'm going to be honest with you. I would expect nothing less. They're using it as a prop, just like they're using Charlie Kirk as a prop. I would expect nothing less, my good brother. But with all the infighting, family, you have two people right now, and please grab your popcorn. If you are out of popcorn, grab you a bag of chips. If you don't have no chips, get you an apple, get you an orange, because something got to be eaten on this pulse due to this next situation. Family, have you heard about the situation going on with Nick Fuentes and Roseanne Barr? They're just proving exactly what this milk drinking woman just stated about it being everybody being paid by the same damn people. Let's go here, family.
What are you going to do about it, Nick Fuentes? What are you going to do about it when I tell you, you little bastard, you're going to be begging the Jews to give you I don't know what.
Medicine for his Coleman syndrome.
You're going to be begging the Jews to help you down on your knees and repent like Kanye West, motherfucker. Keep it up. Are you going to go against the God of Abraham? You're going to shit talk the God of the Torah? Keep it up, motherfucker. You'll see what happens.
The Bible? Jesus?
We'll see what happens when you try to overthrow the Constitution of the United States, the Republic of the United States of America. You talk shit about that, saying it ain't good, that we got to have some Catholic theology to replace it. You can kiss my motherfucking rich Jew American ass, motherfucker.
I saw Roseanne Barr. Roseanne Barr said he's going to be on his knees begging the Jews. Roseanne Barr, you need to be put in your fucking place. Okay? You're a guest here. Newsflash, you're a guest here. This isn't a Jewish country.
Wait the hell. Hold the hell. Everybody stop the hell up. This man is calling her a guest here when, Nick, you're a guest here. You didn't get here until you were about 5 years old, sir. So you got a guest calling a guest a guest. This is all, guys, family, my brothers, my sisters. You cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. Bab says, stop the press. Stop the presses. Yes, this right here makes no damn sense. But I'm going to let him continue.
On his knees begging the Jews. Roseanne Barr, you need to be put in your fucking place. Okay? You're a guest here.
Let me guess. If you could put her in her place, you would say something along the lines of,
sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch.
Right? Am I wrong? Okay, let's continue.
Newsflash, you're a guest here. This isn't a Jewish country. This is a Christian country. This country was not founded by Jews. Jews didn't write the Constitution. Jews didn't write the Declaration. Jews didn't fight in the American Revolutionary War. Europeans did. Christians did. You're a guest. You need to be put in your place. You disgusting fat bitch. No one is going to be begging Jews for anything because Americans would rather die on their feet than live on their knees begging to anybody. She goes, you're messing with the God of Abraham. You're messing with God. His name is Jesus Christ. That's who you're messing with. She goes, you're messing with the God of Abraham. You're messing with Yahweh. God's name is Jesus Christ, actually. That's the God.
Actually, God's name is not Jesus Christ. You see, and this is something that a lot of you so-called Christians don't understand. Christ told you himself. He said, me and the Father are one. He and I are one. Right? But he also told you, do not worship me, worship he who sent me. Let me say that again for all the idiots in the back who believe that Jesus is the name of God, the Most High of all things. Christ told you all, do not worship me, you worship he who sent me. If Jesus was the name of the Most High, then they would be worshiping Jesus as the Most High. You stupid little troll. And another thing, when the people asked, what laws shall we follow? What did Christ say? I did not come to replace the laws. I came to enforce those laws, to enhance those laws. So for all the stupid people out there who believe what Nick Fuentes just said, you need to pick up and dust off your Bible and actually read it again. Let me say that again. For all the people who believe in what Nick just said, you need to dust off and pick up your Bible and read it again. A B1 salute to Foundational Black in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, family. And thank you for this comment. The jokes write themselves. Well, what do you expect when the Most High sends you to the circus?
Send in the clowns.
And we got a lot of clowns around here. Let me also give a B1 salute and shalom to our good brother Jesse Paris in the building. Shout out to Denver, Colorado, and everybody out there stomping hard to put it down for the crown. Shout out to all our FBA brothers and sisters out there. Let's continue, shall we? And hallelujah. Shout out to our sister Cultural Superpower. Because you know I ain't telling no lies. But let's let him continue to tell his.
Of this nation, that's the God of your nation. That's your king too. As a matter of fact, he's especially your king. He's the king of you people. He's the king of the Jews. Christ is king over everybody, especially you, Roseanne Barr, and that's who you're messing with. She goes, he's messing with the God of Abraham. We're like Daniel. We could predict the future. We know everything. It isn't right. And everybody can see what they're doing. All it takes is one person that isn't ashamed. That's why they hate me. Because you can't guilt me. You can't shame me. I'm shameless. I'm guiltless. Absolutely. They go, you're racist. You're anti-Semitic. You're a Holocaust denier. Yeah. You said Hitler. Cool. Yeah, he is cool. Fuck you. At least Hitler isn't replacing me in my own country. That's the difference.
No, Nicky boy. Nicky boy. The pipes are calling you, Rainbow Nicky boy. They don't hate you because you aren't afraid to speak the truth. They hate you because you won't.
Sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch.
I think people would like you a lot more if you learned how
Sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch.
maybe understand that a lot of people don't care for you to speak, so you should probably
sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch.
I'm pretty sure your mother, when you come over for dinner, oh, I forgot you live in the basement. When you and your mother have dinner together, your mother is sitting there saying, "Hey, so what did you do today?" Well, mom, let me tell you what I didn't do. I didn't run around, and your mom
sit
said,
down and shut the fuck up, bitch.
"Yeah, Nikki boy, the pipes are calling." And they're calling for your throat. Pause. They're telling you to
sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch.
Shout out to our sister Tampa Bay. She said a basement is crazy. That's where he hides all his little, all the women that don't know that he's a, one of those little rainbow chasers. When they come over and they start calling him out for being a rainbow chaser, they put him in the spotlight. And it's like, "Oh my God, I didn't never know that you were a rainbow chaser." And he
sit
said,
down and shut the fuck up, bitch.
And then he ties her up and put her by the water heater to make sure that nobody finds her. Nikki boy. The pipes are calling. Pause. Oh, but let's talk about what it's really about. At the end of the day, can someone be less American? The answer to that is yes. If you can be denaturalized, you're less American. If you could be kicked out because you have an allegiance to a different country, you're less American. If you think that you could sit here and speak up against the people who build America while your failure of a family fled to America, and I don't care what you are, white, black, Puerto Rican, Mexican, whatever. If your people fled to America, let's be very clear on that. And you think you can disrespect and denigrate foundational Black Americans? Yes, you can learn really quickly how someone can be less American than an American, especially when you're dealing with the people who are the true manifestation of what America is. From the culture, to the fight, to the love and the hate. You can guarantee ain't nobody going to be able to even compare themselves or their group of people with foundational Black Americans at all, including your pilgrims. Let me say that again, including your pilgrims. And with Trump passing all of these ordinances, he's removing the temporary protections of certain people, with him doing bans on certain countries from coming to this country. And our brother Kid Gravity, if you're still in the chat, please let me know, because I want to drop the link and I want to bring you up for a hot second, because I want you to give a little bit of your knowledge of what you think is happening with the ban going on there. I know you're going to let us know about the whole situation with the ban. Trump is banning these folks in order to make sure that he's kind of hitting, bricks in the stomach. But I want you to tell people from your own point of view if I'm wrong in that. Let me know if you're still in the chat so I can drop the link, family. However, we could talk about this TPS and this temporary protection going away. Guess what? That's showing you right there that some Americans are less than other Americans. If you're TPS certified, then you're not American. So yeah, you're on your way out the door. Let's go here.
These Haitians just scammed Snap out of $7 million. And it wasn't only them, it was a community of Haitians. These two Haitians owned 2 stores that was side by side. They were no more than 120 square feet. So all these Snap redemption transactions sent red alerts to the databases. So Snap sent, USDA sent one of their agents to study this store. And they compared the store to several other supermarkets in the area. So that store was only 120 square feet. They compared it to stores that was anywhere from 20,000 square feet to 60,000 square feet. And they monitor the Snap redemption transactions. So out of all these 7 supermarkets, their daily transactions was like $44. 10% of their transactions were maybe $90 and up. But when it comes to these 2 Haitian stores, which is only 120 square feet, their transactions, their Snap redemption transactions were averaged to $200 plus. And they had people coming from out of state to Mattapan, Massachusetts, coming from Florida, coming from New York, doing like 2,000, 3,000 Snap transactions. So basically they were buying Snap benefits from the Snap recipients and redeeming them as cash with the government. Now they caught up. This is going, I'm telling y'all, Snap benefits is about to become more strict. They're going to become stricter on releasing Snap benefits to people because there's too many scams like this going on. There's too many scams, and it's all going to fall back on the American people that really need it.
Peace to the tribe. So the U.S. is ending temporary legal status for citizens of Ethiopia in the United States. After reviewing country conditions and consulting with appropriate U.S. government agencies, the secretary determined that Ethiopia no longer continues to meet the conditions for designation for temporary protected status.
Yeah, family.
Peace to the tribe.
People are learning right now that, not everybody is American in the same way. You TPS, you're temporary American. You're not even fully American. You were never meant to be fully American. But let's also go here. Because like I said, Donald Trump, he just signed a new executive order that's saying, hey, I'm going to be adding all these people to the no travel and they can't come to America. Let's go here.
U.S. President Donald Trump is expanding a travel ban to 5 more countries and imposing new limits on others. From January, citizens of Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, South Sudan, and Syria will be banned from entering the U.S. They join 12 other countries that have been deemed high risk, including Afghanistan, Sudan, and Yemen. The Trump administration has also imposed full restrictions on people with travel documents issued by the Palestinian Authority. Rosalind Jordan has been following the latest developments from Washington, D.C., and she joins us now live. Roz, has the Trump administration explained why it's expanding this ban to include these countries?
Well, the U.S. has argued that it has an obligation to protect its citizens from the threat of terrorism, of criminals, of other people who might want to do Americans harm. And so they say one of the most effective ways, in their view, to do this is to heavily scrutinize the visa applications of people who want to come to the United States, whether it's to work, whether it's to study, whether it's just to come play tourist. But they say that too many countries, in the U.S.'s view, or rather the Trump administration's view, do not have the same standards, even for establishing basic identity documents for their citizens. And that makes it difficult for U.S. consular officials to figure out who would be acceptable to come to the U.S., who should get a visa. And so essentially what the U.S. is doing is punishing these countries by not allowing their citizens to come to the U.S. at all, because if these countries, in the U.S.'s view, can't document who their own people are, why should the U.S. let these people come into their country? That's the basic argument.
And Roz, as we mentioned before, Syria is on this list. It was just last month that you had the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, visiting the White House. Donald Trump heaped praise on the president of Syria. Is the inclusion of Syria unusual, considering the new ties with Syria's new government?
At first blush, it does look unusual, but if anything, it does show a level of consistency with the Trump administration in saying that because of the more than 12 years of civil war happening in Syria, basically all government institutions broke down, including the ability to issue birth documents, to issue travel documents, to establish a passport that can surpass international muster at border crossings around the world. And so the U.S. is saying that Syrian citizens, because they don't have documents that meet these standards, for the time being cannot come to the United States. But it is worth pointing out that the U.S., not just in the case of Syria, but in the case of other countries as well, although it's not clear that this includes the Palestinian Authority, which is also affected by this new expansion on the travel restrictions, the U.S. is supposed to be working with these countries to improve their systems, the way they document births, the way they handle identity documents, the way they issue passports, the way that they process all of the information that could help U.S. consular officials vet people applying for visas to come here. There's no point, in the U.S.'s view, to ban countries' citizens from coming to the U.S. unless they're trying to help these countries do a better job of verifying who their own citizens are in the first place.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan, live for us in Washington, D.C. Roz, thanks so much for breaking that all down for us.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert.
And before we get to the next clip, family, fam, bam, bam. Let me give a B1 salute and a shalom and a major certified salute to our good brother Black Truth United for all his work that he's doing with the B1 Rolodex, as well as our good sister Brooke out in New York for all the great and fantastic work that she's doing out there with the Freedman Project, as well as our good brother Marcel Dixon for always standing on business for foundational Black Americans. Let's go.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Evenmelanin.com. New healthier glass bottles. No microplastic, can't be wrong. Smooth and even, let the glow begin. Melanin, age with grace at Even Melanin. Melanin, radiant skin where beauty's from within. Melanin, feel the love with Even Melanin. Evenmelanin.com.
They say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. I say it's stupidity. We as Black Americans have been voting for the Democrats with over 90% of our votes going to them for the past 60 years. And what do we have to show for it? I'll tell you, we are 15 to 20% of the population, but nearly 60% of the homeless. We have aborted over 20 million of our Black babies. Our wealth is heading backwards, and we own less homes now than we did during Jim Crow. I'm not saying vote for the Republicans. I'm saying don't vote for any party. Vote for good policies. If anyone comes to us and they ask for or demand the Black vote, you tell them to show me your Black policies.
I am Greg Marcel Dixon, and I approve this message.
Salute, salute, salute to our brother Greg Marcel Dixon, our sister Brooke Even Melanin, and our good brother Black Truth United for everything that they are doing out there for us. Now, family, let's get into the little situations that's been happening after Trump didn't, not just ended TPS situations for the Ethiopians and the Haitians, but then turned around and said, hey, you know what? Yeah, we're going to expand this ban that we got going on. So I want y'all to know, Megamind here has something to say. Go ahead, Megamind.
I want you to understand that what Donald Trump is doing with Ilhan Omar and the attacks on the Somali community in Minnesota should be seen as an attack on Africans in general. In fact, not just an attack on Africans, an attack on immigrant populations, an attack on minority populations, an attack on other marginalized populations, because when you attack...
No. You're not going to do that, Megamind. You're not going to try to use that big old cranium to try to outsmart us when there's nothing but a peanut in that cranium, Megamind. we were the ones sitting there telling everybody about how white supremacy worked, and all of y'all was sitting there acting as if we were doing too much, as if we talked about white supremacy too much, as if you guys had it already worked out. Y'all was smart enough to know how to work the game. That's what y'all told us, didn't you? Now all of a sudden, when we're all living equally uncomfortable, really not even equally uncomfortable, because foundational Black Americans, we're sitting in the background just chilling, doing what we do. Y'all starting to see what we've been saying for a while now, and you guys are equally uncomfortable, or at least as equally uncomfortable as we were when we were telling you about the system of white supremacy. Now you guys are feeling it, and all of a sudden it's a us problem. That sounds like somebody who isn't really as American as other Americans, doesn't it? It sounds like somebody who's less American than the actual Americans, doesn't it? Because you need our help now. Let's dig into it.
I want you to understand that what Donald Trump is doing with Ilhan Omar and the attacks on the Somali community in Minnesota should be seen as an attack on Africans in general. In fact, not just an attack on Africans, an attack on immigrant populations, an attack on minority populations, an attack on other marginalized populations, because when you attack one of these groups, it becomes far easier to attack the next one. So if you as an African feel disinclined to speak on this situation for any reason, or any personal interactions you've had with a negligible portion of any population, I want you to understand that this could be you next. I want you to understand that what Donald Trump is doing with Ilhan Omar.
This could be you next. Family, do you feel like this could be you next? Or were you able to see that this was you first? Were you able to see that you were the only people trying to warn these same people who are saying this could be you next, that, hey, this was us first. Let me tell you exactly what's been going on so you guys can move accordingly. None of these people are acting as if we sat here and made sure to put Pan-Africanism on our back to tell them, hey, brother, hey, sister, this is what's going on here in America, and you need to know how to maneuver through these situations in order to understand what's going on. No, they were the same people that then turned around and told us that we blame white supremacy too much. We blame the Nabisco too much. This was what you guys told us. Was it not? And what you're saying now is just not working, because the fear tactics isn't really nothing, because we understand that, yeah, some Americans can be less than other Americans. Meaning, some of you can be put the hell out and other of us can't be. No matter what we do, no matter what we say. There is no way for them to exclude us for something that we built with our blood, sweat, and tears. Shout out to our sister Bad 72. And she said, what? There's no racism, remember? Just comply. But sister, my sister, Megamind over here, Mr. up, down, down over here. Mr. When I move, you move, just like that over here. It's trying to convince us that we're the next targets.
And the attacks on the Somali community in Minnesota should be seen as an attack on Africans in general. In fact, not just an attack on Africans, an attack on immigrant populations, an attack on minority populations, an attack on other marginalized populations, because when you attack one of these groups, it becomes far easier to attack the next one. So if you as an African feel disinclined to speak on this situation for any reason, or any personal interactions you've had with a negligible portion of any population, I want you to understand that this could be you next.
I would be inclined to disagree with this guy. You know, the guy who had an arrow on the top of his head, the guy who has a light bulb shaped thought process, the guy who is sitting here trying to convince us that once they get one minority group, it's easier to go after others, when we were sitting here telling you the same thing and none of you had shit to say. Yeah, up, down, down. Why would we believe you, and why should we believe you? Let's ask that question. But it's not just up, down, down over here. You got Mr. Nigga Bitch, Mrs. Strappy Part 2, saying something very similar, but trying to bring in DNA as if we didn't, on this very channel, shut down the DNA conversation when we did Loud and Wrong Part 1, 2, and 3. Let's go here, family, shall we?
And I've been trying to hold back from talking shit, but I'm so sick and tired of the FBA's foundational flags that just hate DNA testing. Like, apparently, I can't put my African flags down on my DNA test in my bio because I was 30% Nigerian and 30% Tanzania, and with multiple percentages from all across North, East, West, South, you name it. Like, my DNA was incredible, and I was so proud of my fucking DNA. And here comes the fucking FBA talking about, no, you know that DNA shit is some bullshit. You know, you need to just take the Nigerian flag. Like,
now, family, what did we say about DNA? What did we prove here on this channel about DNA? The fact that DNA, especially when it comes to trying to figure out where people come from, is entertainment only. DNA does not mean they're telling you where you come from. DNA is telling you the probability of your genes compared to another set of genes. That's it. That's all. And shout out to our good sister, Aquarius Minded, who says, oh, damn, Shim. I don't know if we want to call this nigga bitch Shim, because then that means, does that mean that she's Shemitic like us? I don't think that she is. I'm be honest with you. I think that she's over here playing a role. So I don't know. Let me know. Is Shim, or is Shim Shemitic? Is this a nigga bitch? Let me know in the comments. Shout out to our good brother Cold Coffee TV. I'm sorry, good brother and sister. You let me know in the chat. Much love to you. Exactamundo. Our sister Cooking with Miss D. DNA test are bogus. Our sister FBA Queen said, shit, him looks at what? DNA for FBAs was BS. Absolutely. Shout out to our sister Bad 72. DNA is, quote unquote, I'm the pappy of the baby boss. I'm the pappy of that baby boss. Okay, let me say it like, I gotta say it like our brother Bernie. Hold on. I the pappy. Shout out to Bernie Mac, and shout out to us, the Bad 72. Aquarius said no, she and him. Okay, I just want to make, all right, it's not Shim then, it's she and him. She / him. Them. A whole bunch of motherfuckers. That's what this is here. Okay. Shout out to our sister Cooking with Miss D. It's an Impossible Whopper. Damn. Shout out to our sister Cooking with Miss D on that one. It's an Impossible Whopper. God dang. Damn it. I was not expecting that whatsoever. Our sister FBA Queen says tether, hint, forehead is hitting. Absolutely. You do see that hidden forehead. Absolutely. A broham for sure. Okay. All right. Let's get back into it. Let's see what she had to say.
South, you name it. Like, my DNA was incredible, and I was so proud of my fucking DNA. And here comes a fucking FBA talking about, no, you know that DNA shit is some bullshit. You know, you need to just take the Nigerian flag. Like, I just can't stand y'all. Then y'all sit here and say that Brazilians and Cubans and Dominicans and Jamaicans, they're not a part of the FBA because they're not foundational blacks from the transatlantic slave trade. That's the stupidest fucking shit I've ever fucking heard.
How is all the people that you just named off a part of the foundational Black Americans if they're not foundational Black Americans, if they did not build the country in which all of you people have to immigrate to? Tell me. Tell me. You mentioned all these Caribbeans. You mentioned all these folks who are in Brazil. You mentioned all this nonsense that has nothing to do with the lineage of this goddamn nation. People who built the nation and their lineage going back to the slave fields here in this country. Shout out to our sister Bad. She said the same. There you go. She debunked her own words. Shout out to our sister FBA Queen. High on that shit. He is crashing. I have to agree with you 100-fold. Shout out to our good brother Crew Reality in the building. He said, this is Southern Church extended sermon. I'm with it. B1. Hey, family, trust me. Sometimes you got to extend the sermon a little bit just to give them exactly what needs to be given. This right here is exactly what we're fighting against. People who think that they could just come and tell us what the hell we are because they want to confirm in their own mind what they are. And shout out to our good sister Nikki the God who posted this. But let's get back into it so it don't have to be any more extended than it actually needs to be. Let's continue.
Because the transatlantic slave trade is several boats that stole our cousins from the same
It sounded like she couldn't even catch her damn breath. She didn't know what the hell she was going to say. Who stole our cousins? She didn't say cousins. She put an S on that. Cousins. My cousins are all from over here. But continue. Go ahead.
Several boats that stole our cousins from the same tribe and took them to different fucking islands, took them to different fucking parts of the Americas.
But the Americas is not the United States of America. Canada is an America. Central America is an America. Brazil is America. That does not take away, nor does that negate the fact that all of these places are outside of the United States of America. You know, the colonies in which the Constitution actually applies to. The Constitution does not apply to Canada. The Constitution does not apply to Central America. The Constitution does not apply to South America. The Constitution only applies to the mainland North America, and that is what you're trying to switch around. But continue.
Cuss as in north, south, central, bitch. Like these motherfuckers are literally foundational blacks because they were stolen. They're a part of the transatlantic slave trade. But no, like
That's not what foundational Black American means. It does not mean anybody who was stolen or was taken to the Americas. If it's anybody who was stolen or taken to the Americas, it wouldn't be foundational Black American, because the United States of America is the United States of America. Central America is Central America. I cannot, as a descendant of the slave trade here in America, go to Central America and go get citizenship anywhere throughout Central America. I can't go to the Southern America as someone who descendant of a slave trade here in the United States of America. I can go to South America and get citizenship. It would not work. I can't go further north into Canada because it's in America and get citizenship in Canada because it's in America. This is the nonsensical bullshit that these people continuously love to speak on. We ain't even got to say who's black, who isn't. All we got to do is mention the borders around these places. In the very same way, Drake can't come to America without immigrating. I can't go to Canada without immigrating. I can't go to Jamaica without immigrating from America. Family in the chat, tell me if I'm telling lies. If I'm telling lies, I'll end this stream right now because, I don't want to be out here telling lies. But family, I already know that you know that I'm not telling not one damn lie at all. She is quite literally confused in her own mindset about who she is as a man or / nigga bitch. And she's trying to spread that confusion to any and everybody who will listen to her. Let's let her continue, because I was going to say something else, but I had to catch myself because I don't have a problem with people being gay. I don't have a problem with people making the decision of what they want to do in their lives. It's not a decision that I would make, and it's not a decision that I promote. However, one of my favorite cousins in the world is a gay man. My gay cousin Tony. And my cousin Tony, no matter what, he never tried to push any type of nonsense onto us because more so we were children. But he also told us what to look out for. And whenever you have somebody who's trying to negate your story in order to put in everyone else's story, that's a problem. No matter what they are, if they're straight, gay, pan, I don't care. But you're not going to sit here and tell no lies, especially about my folk. You got the game fucked up with a hard Q and a capital F. But let's let her continue.
it's just, You motherfuckers are frustrated. Why do you have a Nigerian flag? What, bitch? You mixed up just like I am, bitch. Why are you?
Nah, ma'am, you're a nigga, sir. Ain't nobody mixed up like you are. You're confused because you allow yourself to be confused because you don't understand the dynamic in which is happening. You're looking for someone to tell you who you are because you don't know who you are. You are somebody searching within yourself to figure out who the hell you are. Whether you a man, whether you a woman, whether you like men, whether you like woman, do you have a penis or do you have a strappy to where you just play around like it's really yours? Are you sound in mind or are you delusional? Let's be real about this. Let's continue.
Bitch, why are you 30% Nigerian just like me? I put whatever chunk I had the majority of in Africa because that shit was a little percentage of almost goddamn every goddamn thing in my bio. And so far on my mama's side, 30% of her DNA comes from Tanzania, and on my daddy's side, 30% of his ancestry comes from Nigeria. So, bitch, I'm gonna put the Nigerian flag and the Tanzanian flag up there, bitch.
So ask your mother and your father where they're from. If your mother and your father didn't tell you they came from Tanzania and your father come from Nigeria, whatever the situation may have you, why the hell are you sitting here trying to convince us that that's what they are? They didn't tell you that. You went and did research on it. You did a DNA test where we've already proven right here on this channel that a DNA test, especially when it comes to trying to figure out where you from, is false. It is entertainment only. But go ahead.
And we've been in America for the last 500 years, bitch. I'm a proud African American. Ain't my fault you think you a goddamn Native American, you motherfucking pretending Indian. I can't stand you niggas. Oh, we don't claim Brazilians.
All of a sudden, we're pretendians once again. That just goes to show you that somebody is paying this person to speak like this because they're giving this all group of motherfuckers the same talking points. All the same talking points. This group of motherfuckers don't know who we are. This group of motherfuckers barely know who they are. I'm a him. I'm a he. This is a he, shim, shay, a group of motherfuckers who expect to tell us, a people who know who we are when they don't even know who the hell they are. As a man, as a woman, as a gender entirely. But yet you think you can tell us who we are ethnically. Really? I think you need to sit your light bright ass down and have a seat, several seats. I don't have enough seats to give you.
Nigga, yes we do. Yes we do. Take a DNA test, nigga. I got like 15 cousins in Brazil right now. On my that has West African blood. We're related on the West African side.
You have 15 cousins that are from Brazil? You're related on your African side? So that means you're not foundational Black American. And if you are, let's say that you're a part of the people who came here and went through the ethnogenesis. Those people who you claim you have 15 cousins in Brazil, they don't look at you as a cousin either. Because of their ethnogenesis. In the very same way that Caribbeans or the goddamn Jamaicans and Dominicans and all these other folks, they don't look at us as cousins. They look at us as links. Shout out to our sister Cooking with Mix D. It is not from our lineage, and I agree with you 100% fold. Our sister Aquarius says, I don't need pronouns to identify myself. And that right there is one of the realest statements ever. I don't identify myself with a pronoun. I identify myself with my lineage. What my family passed down to me. That's how I identify myself. Shout out our brother Crew Reality. He said, I love when the preacher is preaching the language of the people. I'm going to be honest with you, God dang it. The Most High said it best. Let he with ears hear, and those without, none. Even Christ said, what? To his disciples, to you I will give the secrets of the secrets, but to everyone else they will be as allegories. And these folks think that they could come and tell us a bunch of lies and try to act like or perpetuate them being allegories. No. No. We're way too intelligent and way too smart for your shenanigans and chicanery. Shout out to our sister Aquarius, said a whole stud tether. A whole stud tether. Shout out to our sister Bad as well as our brother Crew. Once again, I am. Oh, geez. Thank you very much for putting that in there, because what is the Most High's name? The Most High's name is supposed to be what? If there's no I am in that, there's a problem. There's a problem. I am that I am. Let me say that one more time for the people in the back. I am that I am. For little Nikki that didn't know the name of God. For little Nikki that didn't know the name of the Most High. Shout out to you, my good brother. Let's let this this she bitch, this she nigga bitch continue.
Like, not on the Native American side. We're related on the African side.
So the fam said they don't know how to tell a stud that they're a lesbian. So TikTok sent me this cool chain right here, and I want to show y'all what it do. So fam, all you gotta do, because we still women, we like a certain amount of aggression from women. So with this motherfucker right here, you walk up and you see it on that stud, that butch, that masked neck, butch's mask. Y'all listen right now. You wear this motherfucker and you let that girl pull that bitch. As soon as she pull it, my nigga, you better get the gun. You understand what I'm saying? That quick. That's all you gotta do. That's all. Just mix it with your chains. It comes in gold, silver, platinum, whatever you want, baby. Add it in your chains. Films, pay attention. Just look at that whole chest. If you find that motherfucker, yank.
This is who people are supposed to be listening to, family. This is who people are supposed to be putting their bottom dollar on. Let's be very clear. This is asinine. Shout out to our brother Don P once again, who gave the real actual term, the real name of what they call Christ, because I tell people all the time, if you don't know Christ's real name, then how do you use the power that's supposed to be within Christ's name? His name is Yahuwah, and his son's name is Yeshua. No fighting on that, family, whatsoever. Let's continue. I want to go here, family. We got to go here because we got to talk about this situation here as well, because not everybody is tripping out on this situation in the way that they should. But the fact is this: you got people outside of America now getting their wake-up call. They're getting called up for the whole situation of, hey, bitch, you ain't us. Remember that one Nigerian, I was about to call her a hole, but that one Nigerian woman that sat there and said, we all have our own versions of soul food. Black Americans aren't the only ones who have soul food. Well, she just got her wake-up call by one of her own people. And the reason why she got that wake-up call by one of her own people is because of the fact that our folks have been standing on our square and calling them out for what the hell they actually are. You're not even American. Why are you talking about a history of America, Miss UK? But let's go here.
I felt like Black Americans needed intervention because I said that we have our Black food that we eat in the UK. It's a similar thing to soul food. How could I have dared to say that? All I said, was that the way that we cook our food, African and Caribbean food, it is similar to the heart, soul, history, emotion, and family gathering and historical and meaning that goes into soul food. So
it is not. And it's disrespectful for you to think that you can sit here and try to tell us that the history, lineage, and culture of soul food is similar to anything that the people who sold us or sold people into slavery has today. And let me also say this: there is no such thing as Black British soul food. There's no such thing as Black British culture. This is culture that you bring from Nigeria when you move to Britain. This is culture that you bring from Jamaica when you move to Britain. This is culture that you bring from Uganda when you move to Britain. It is not Black British culture. Black American culture is much different. So what you're doing is being disrespectful, and you're wondering why people are calling you out for being disrespectful. And now you're sitting here trying to talk to your fellow tethers while you have some other immigrants there letting you know why it is not the same. Let's get into it.
We have our own version of soul food. Who told me to say that?
See, anytime you're getting dragged on cancer, you have to ask yourself, did anybody ask me to say it? And why am I saying this right now? You have to pause it. That's what do it. Look at yourself. Why am I saying
That's crazy.
What do I want?
So I need my own auntie venture.
You 100%.
I'm not giving me an uncle venture.
There we go.
Yeah.
So why?
What was wrong?
Me saying that?
I think
where she's gone.
I think it's a bit reductive.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's reductive.
Go on.
Because I think if there's a whole history behind soul food, and you're
Yeah.
saying we got our own version,
yeah.
it's like, what is
'Cause
your
soul food
what's the
isn't-
version?
So what does soul food mean to you?
Like, I understand the roots of it.
Yeah.
To say that we've got our own version,
Yes, we might come from Africa, where they were taken from, but it's not the same.
Well, I didn't say
we've
we-
got
you know what,
cultural food.
you know what I said? Our own version. I
Yeah,
didn't say
but there's
we
no,
have.
there's no need to come because we got our own cultural
Just say, hey,
food.
we've got black food here.
Yeah, yeah.
You were
It's
talking
deep.
about something. You're speaking out of turn. Like, you were talking about something you didn't.
No, I will agree with that man right then and there. When he said you are speaking out of turn, that's exactly what you did. You were speaking out of turn. You were speaking ignorantly. You were speaking as a colonizer, which most of you people who come to America tend to do. You tend to practice some sort of colonization as if you are moving right after the colonizer that brought you here. Really didn't bring you here because we brought you here by opening up the doors, but still, my point is still valid. You follow the person who you see as a colonizer in your country. You come here, then you start practicing what the colonizer here is practicing, thinking that you're going to be able to get over on it. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that at all. And all of a sudden, it takes somebody who's from UK or wherever the hell you're from to sit here and tell you how wrong you are. You couldn't even take the time to listen to foundational Black Americans tell you why you're wrong, even though you had all these different videos explaining why you're wrong, and some did it in a respectful manner, some did it in a disrespectful manner. I would have done it in a ×2 of the disrespectful manner. I think I did do it. But it just takes someone from the UK to say it so softly to where now you understand everything. Okay, let's continue.
Food here.
Yeah.
You were talking about something. You're speaking out of turn. Like, you were talking about something you didn't fully understand. That's what it is. And sometimes it happens. You don't realize you didn't understand until you don't understand. Until you understand you didn't
I
understand.
like how you said that.
Yeah,
You don't
man.
realize you don't understand until you realize you don't understand.
Someone will go and learn you. They learn there real quick. That's how it is.
I did get learned.
Yeah.
I did get learned. I felt like
I would say that it wasn't the fact that you don't know what you don't know until someone tells you you don't know it. We told you several times over that you didn't know it, but yet you wanted to sit here in every aspect of what we were saying be contrarian. But yet, in every aspect of what we were telling you and explaining to you about what you don't know about this country, what you don't know about us specifically as an ethnic group, you wanted to play contrarian. But all of this that just happened here was only made possible because people such as myself and people such as yourselves have been standing on FBA lineage business, has been going off on each person that's been sitting there trying to disrespect us as a lineage, heritage, and culture. We have been the ones shutting everything down. And because we've been the ones shutting everything down, you know who've been the number twos shutting everything down? Our youth. Oh yeah, our youth is not playing this game with these people. Let's first start out with one of our, let me pull this down for a second, one of our younger but still older brothers. He's still a younger brother, but he's still an older brother as well. And then we're going to get into a bi-ethnic and how she feels about people who find out she's bi-ethnic and then they sit there and start to treat her different. We're definitely going to check into that. And then we're going to get into just the all-around foundational Black American youth who is pushing what they know to be correct. Let's go here first and foremost, family.
Isn't it funny how like a lot of Black culture has been colonized and now they're trying to say it's not Black culture, like the way that we speak, the way that we carry ourselves, the way that we joke. Well, like now it's not Black culture, it's TikTok culture. I'm like, yo, you people are addicted to colonizing, bro. They'll take things that Black people say, it gets popular on TikTok, but Black people always start it. And then they'll be like, this is TikTok culture. Like, no, it's not. Like, yeah, calling it Gen Z speak. Like, isn't it funny how like
in the very same way, family, that these folks come to America and try to colonize what Black Americans do and then say it's not Black American culture. Why? Because they're watching their fellow colonizer do the same thing and they think that they have all rights to do the same thing, as if they won't be called the hell the fuck out. As if we're not going to tell you, no, Jamaicans didn't have nothing to do with hip hop. No, Africans didn't have nothing to do with hip hop. Or Black American culture as a whole. We're not over here dressing like Africans. Y'all over there dressing like us. Shout out to our sister FBA Queen once again. Donald Trump. Excuse me. Donald J. Trump hit list is most of Caribbean and all of East Africa, much of Central Africa, Nigeria, and some of Asia. And honestly, good. I am absolutely happy. Less folks we have to contend with, less folks we have to continue to explain this information to. Shout out to our brother Crew Reality. He says, what? All they want to do is grift off of us. And you are 100% correct. We made the daishiki popular. It wasn't the African. You're absolutely correct. Shout out to our sister Samantha. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. Let me make sure you didn't say nothing here. The only thing FBA has done is maintain the foundation of America. That is a great statement. Thank you for that. You are absolutely correct. FBA is the foundation, and we are the people who maintain the foundation. And you are absolutely, absolutely correct. Thank you for saying that. Let's go here, family. Let's go to the bi-ethnic who realized how people treat her when they find out that she's bi-ethnic.
One thing that kind of pisses me off about the way that African immigrants talk about and treat Black Americans is how, one, they don't acknowledge, they don't have any empathy. But the way they talk about us is usually very like dismissive of our entire experience in America and of our trauma and of all the baggage that comes with being a Black American. And number two, they never acknowledge the fact that like in America, you are treated better if you're a Black person who's not American. I say this because as I'm Black Caribbean and I'm Black American, but I am culturally Black American because my dad was abusive and he didn't really allow us to like get to know my mom's Caribbean side. Okay, so
now let me give a caveat here. The fact that she said her dad was abusive and didn't want her learning her mother's Caribbean side, that's pretty weird, but I'm gonna let her continue.
ultimately I'm Black American. I am Black American. I love my Black Caribbean side and I want to get more into it, but like through the day-to-day life, I'm Black American. But because I'm mixed, I have features that show that like I'm not fully Black American, and people be clocking it in the most racially offensive possible way. Okay, the way that people treat me better when they find out that I'm Black Caribbean is weird, and I see it happening in real time all the time. I see it happening in real time, and like what's interesting is that a lot of times they will insult my Black American side to my face and expect me to take it as a compliment. Like I remember one lady, she was being racist. She was like, oh, where are you from? And then she did the whole where you really from, and I was like, well, you know, I got some ancestry down there, and she was like, oh, really? I can tell because and then she said like this really shady comment about Black Americans. I'm not gonna repeat it, and I just looked at her. I was like, why do you say that? I'm not gonna say thank you. Like I was like, bitch, what? You know, like you can't insult a whole, you can't insult a part of me. Like that's who I am. That's culturally I'm Black American. You can't insult that and then expect me to be like, yes, thank you, yeah, man, fuck Black Americans. Like what? No, but like low key, if you're black in this country and not American, you are treated like one of the good ones. You are treated like you still have hope. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like, and I feel like the difference of like being a black American and being a black person from like any like from the Caribbean or being black African is the fact that like a lot of white, because you're not from the ancestry, like black Americans make white people feel guilty. So if you're a black person who is not from America, you don't hold that like presence of I need reparations. So you make people feel better to be around. Like you make them like you don't like your presence is not as guilt wrenching as a black American presence might be, because you know, black Americans represent everything that America is trying to erase. So because of that, we are not treated well. Black Americans are not treated well, and black people who are not American are treated better in this country. Now they still face racism. I'm not saying that black Americans who are not Americans don't face racism. I'm just saying that like the way that white people treat me better when they find out that I'm Caribbean, to my face, like I will see the switch up. I will see the light come back into the eyes. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. And I'm speaking on it because like as a black American who's also black Caribbean, it's weird to see somebody like it's just. I feel like I don't see it spoken about enough. A lot of times, you know, whenever black people who are not American want to like shit on black Americans, they don't really talk about the aspect of like a lot of white people expect black people who are not American to pretty much be like the tap dancing black people, and they expect black Americans to be like the annoying, you know, reparations activist black people. Okay, like a lot of white people treat black American immigrants like, oh, you're gonna be the good ones. You know what I'm saying? And like I feel like we need to acknowledge that fact when we're talking about like the different experiences that black Americans face and like black non-American, like, you know, black Africans or black Caribbeans face, because it does add some nuance. It does add some nuance. I'll be honest here.
Yeah, it adds nuance. But here's another thing that adds nuance to this whole situation: the fact that you yourself, whether you found yourself or you thought you were out here exposing a situation, when it came down to exposing what we were being called, notice how she pulled back from that. Notice how she pulled back from the experience and the wording that the Nabisco woman used upon her, or the fellow Caribbean used upon her. She said, I won't even repeat it. By you doing that is perpetuating what that person told you. Because guess what? She's going to go around repeating it, even if you don't. And you're supposed to be half Black American. You're supposed to be half FBA. Do you see how that works? You can decide not to repeat what someone said, and it's still going to hurt us, because that person will go around and repeat everything that they said to someone else, and then that person will go around repeating everything that was said continuously. However, listen to the difference between that and some real certified foundational Black American children. Let's go here.
Every Black ethnicity group holds some type of prejudice or some type of stereotypes against Black Americans, but then they come here and assimilate into Black culture and take advantage of all the sacrifices we made. Black people would not even have rights in this country if MLK didn't think to march, if Malcolm X ain't think to speak the fuck up. And the people had to riot after. But everybody always got to say something about Black Americans. But if Black Americans didn't stand up and fight for all of our Black asses, we would have nothing as a whole.
I disagree. I feel like
you can't disagree on reality.
I feel like the Black.
Shout out to whatever sister was there when this dude said I disagree, and the sister that was in the background that said, hold on, nigga. Whoever said that, shout out to you, and shout out to everything within your being. All the ancestors that told you to tell this nigga to hold the hell on. Because you're correct. Ain't no hold on. Ain't no situations of I disagree. The hold on was absolutely warranted. Let's move it back.
Like,
you can't disagree on reality.
I feel like
as a whole.
I disagree. I feel like
you can't disagree on reality.
I feel like the Black people in the Caribbean, we freed ourselves. I know my Haitian.
Yes, but no. We're not talking about the Caribbean. We have left
America.
We have left the Caribbean.
In America, yeah, you did your.
But you cannot come and assimilate to America and then think that you're better than Black Americans and hold this prejudice against Black Americans. When we created the conditions for you to come over and live comfortably in this country.
I wouldn't say comfortably, but I appreciate your sacrifice.
Being lynched. So you think if Martin Luther King never decided to get his ass up and say something is wrong with this, you don't think that we would still be under Jim Crow law? He got shot. You don't think that they would still be lynching niggas and that would be completely legal and they would put your ass on a community block and invite all their motherfucking wives and children to watch them hang your ass and then skin you and then turn your motherfucking hair
into a couch
and skin into furniture? You think they wouldn't do that if MLK didn't add Black American behind it? Because we already know we're talking about the Black Americans in America. So you don't have to add the last part.
So you can't say that we took the hairstyles, the Afro beats. If it's Black culture, then all Black people should be able to enjoy Black culture.
No, there's different sections of Black culture.
So
my Black American culture is not
we're
gonna.
separated in a
My
second.
Black American culture is not gonna align with Gullah.
No, we're saying we are separated, but you have to. It's mindset.
I'm not saying
they're Black too.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to embrace all Black people as one culture. But if you're saying it's Black American culture, Black Caribbean culture, Black African culture, then of course we're gonna be separated. Mindset with our mindsets.
No, dumbass. If there's Black Caribbean culture, there's Black Caribbean culture. If there's Black American culture, there's Black American culture. Can we unite? Yes, but you can only unite if you understand that Black Caribbean culture is Black Caribbean culture and Black American culture is Black American culture. And when Black Caribbeans come over here, it's Black American culture that made that possible. That's all it is. If you cannot understand that, then you are a disrespect to the people who fought to make sure that you didn't have to go through the same things that we went through here in America, that you didn't have to go through those things. Y'all not being lynched when you come to America. And why is that? That's because of us. Y'all are able to create businesses in certain parts of America that usually wouldn't be able to do so. Why is that? Because we make that to be so.
I'm saying it's one culture, so all Black people have bald braids, have locks, have all that. That's what I'm saying. It's a Black hairstyle. It's not a Black American hairstyle. It's a Black hairstyle.
There is no one Black culture. By saying there's one Black culture, you are eliminating and erasing the Black culture of the people who were here before any immigrant touched ground. There is no all one Black culture because that is promoting erasure. Erasure. Let's continue.
I'm saying, so if you separate yourselves, when you say it's Black American culture, then when we separate ourselves and think, okay, this is what Black Americans think, it's not our fault.
No, because what you're not understanding is, yes, we are all separate. It is what it is. There are subcultures within one culture.
Which is fine.
Black people is an umbrella term. There is subcultures in between that. Jamaican, Haitian, Black American, all that. Those are your subcultures. That's why they ask you to mark down your ethnicity and nationality on your job.
Let me correct my young sister. Within the racial category, there are sub-racial categories. So with Black, there's Jamaican. There are other Caribbeans. There are Africans and things like that. But Black American culture isn't an umbrella culture for everybody to fall under there. Black American culture is just that, Black American culture. Before there was ever an immigrant or anybody who is claiming to be Black outside of us, because we made Black popular. Let's be very, very clear on that. Shout out to our brother Don P. Once again, you wouldn't be allowed to attend public schools, colleges, and universities anywhere you desire. Let's go. We not one big Black. We have different cultures. Say that again. And that cultural difference is what makes sure we're not one big Black. They're not like us. It's a mindset. Absolutely. Crew says the only Black people are Black Americans, and I would agree with that. If you claim to be Black racially, Yes, I will agree with that 100% vote. Okay, you can be black racially. But when you come to America claiming that we're all black while trying to eliminate who we are as black Americans, as foundational black Americans, to be more specific, yeah, that's a hell to the gnaw. Let's let her continue.
Right? So they know exactly where to actively place you. Okay, cool. So if we have these subcultures exist, and that's fine. But the problem is that y'all.
So, family, let me just say this, and we're going to wind it down. Can someone be less American? The answer is yes. My ancestors fought in every damn war here. And for those who are foundational black Americans in the chat, yours did too. We cannot be uprooted from here. For those who are in the chat that did not or do not, have any foundational black American lineage, yours can be. You can be uprooted. We cannot. We continue to fight for justice for foundational black Americans, and many people who are not from here do not. Shout out to the people that do, like our brother Kid Gravity. Shout out to him. Shout out to my sister Alicia, who goes around and she speaks to people in the Caribbean about being respectful to the people who actually built this country. However, many folks don't do so. And we got to call a thing a thing. We have to be able to tell the truth. So when we talk about people being less American than others, Vivek Ramaswamy, Mr. Ramen Noodles himself. Oh yeah, you're definitely less American than all the Americans here. But no matter what American, you're still 100% less. And they're still 100% less than the Americans that built this country from the ground the fuck up. The people whose blood, sweat, and tears have been placed into the soil of this country. The people that has a history here that can never be replaced or erased, no matter how hard they try. No one can be more American than the foundational Black American. So the question that's posed for this whole broadcast, can someone be less American? The definitive answer is yes, especially if you have dual allegiances, especially if you're disrespecting the Americans that made it possible for you to become an American. It is that simple and that goddamn plain. And for all those out there that want to run with the narrative that the Nabisco is pushing, guess what? You will fall subjective to those narratives. All the Amru Fudels who want to disrespect foundational Black Americans to become the lapdog of the Nabisco, you too will be shut out and locked out of the club and laughed at. And laughed at. How you gonna talk shit from outside of the club and you can't even get in? Look at you now. So to the people like Vivek, who's been told time and time again where they stand in this country, the second Vivek started talking about how stupid people were here, and that's why they need to bring in more people on an H-1B1 visa. Yeah. As soon as you thought that you were going to be that god dang slick, they showed you how god dang American you were not. You dirty, musty tether. They talked about how you was still shitting in the streets. They got that from us too. How y'all was bathing in an ocean full of shit and piss. They got that from us too. At the end of the day, they let you know that you are not them and you can never be them, and they will never strive to be you. So if you don't call that a second-hand citizen, I don't know what the hell you would call it. If you're not calling that being less than American when you have an American citizenship, I don't know whatever in the hell you would call it. And with that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you'll be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click that link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Let me give a B1 salute once again to our good sister Bad72 for your Cash App donation. I appreciate your donation once again, my good sister, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. Family, we do not have to sit here and succumb to anybody stinking on us. Because as you see, everybody succumbed to what we say in this country, because we are the culture of this country. We are the culture of America. And everybody else follows the goddamn culture of America. So when questions like this arise, can someone be less American? We all know already, yes, you can, because we've seen several people be less than American. Many of them on the Democratic Party side, to be honest with you. But that doesn't negate all the people on the Republican side that also shows themselves to be less than American. There's only one group of people that deserves to be called American, period, point in black, and that is foundational Black Americans, the people who built this country from the ground up. Now, if you want to talk about citizenship, that's a whole nother conversation, but don't talk about being American to a bunch of people that was shut out of the American dream while we fought in every damn war. People who were shut out of the American dream while America sits here and gives our birthright to everyone else outside of America. You can bet your bottom goddamn dollar that if that's your question, can someone be less American? The answer to that question will always be yes, because there will always be examples such as foundational Black Americans who have proven ourselves to be more American than your most patriotic Nabisco. Because when you speak about patriotism, you got to speak about us. When you speak about America, you got to speak about us. When you speak about building America, you cannot talk about that without talking about us. And with that being said, family, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here today. I want to thank all my mods, my members, my patrons. Like I said, you guys will be getting your video upload. If not tomorrow, then it's going to be Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever they fix the recording situation over here on StreamYard. I want to give a B1 salute to everybody that's donated by Cash App, Super Chat, PayPal, or anywhere else. Much love to each and every one of you. And I want to thank all of you for standing on business, standing on your square, and making sure that everybody knows, whether they're inside or outside, that we are not accepting the disrespect or any anti-Black bigotry, any anti-freedman disrespect. That shit is going to the wayside. And for all of the Vivics out there that think that, oh yeah, we can't, there is no American that's more American than the last American or the new American. Remember what you said. Because trust me when I say, Amru Fudel, yeah, I'm pretty sure he don't feel that way.
Getting rejected at MFAT. So Amaru is not, yeah, so what's happening, David?
Turning Point did a smart thing. They're not allowing Muslims into their conference.
So he's not being allowed in. Security is he's calling nobody because no one's gonna help him get in. So I don't know who he thinks he's calling, but yeah, we got 1 security, 2, 3, and the event security. And he's calling, I think he's calling like Andrew Tate to help him get in or something. Nope, not gonna happen, bud. Yeah, he's like, I'm right here at the corner. Just come get me. But he has no chance.
And as our good brother Crew Reality says, the tool has been broken. I want you all to have a beautiful rest of your Sunday night, family. Thank you for rocking with me. And the doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever can't stand us black people, he doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing, us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm off.